Greetings, programs. Welcome to Red Pill Sunday School Season 2, Episode 2. This is going to be another long reading at this time of my blog, which I've been writing for quite some time. I've actually been asked to do this before, so this should make some people happy that I have an audio blog. But you can either follow along, listen, or read. It's up to you. But this show will primarily be a reading of this particular blog, and it's called Strawman Logic, a choice between two evils. Now, the things we're going to be talking about today, I'm sorry to say, it's not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be a walk in the park here. All I can promise you is that I'm going to tell you the truth. And a lot of times people don't want to hear the truth. I completely understand. We've become turtles in our own shells. I completely get it. Those of you that do want to know, stick with me today because this is going to really answer a lot of questions. I've answered some of my own questions just doing some of this research. And I now understand that a lot of these terms that we cover, a lot of things are confusing because we're not looking at them from the right perspective. In other words, as a slave, I can't necessarily understand the perspective of the master unless I pretend to put myself in the shoes of that master. Likewise, a master cannot understand the perspective of the slave unless he empathizes and tries to put himself in that set of shoes, allegorically or metaphorically. So, what I'm going to be telling you today, you really have to take into consideration your own status. And that's the hard part because we've been entrained and indoctrinated, enculturated to actually believe that we are one of the people. And again, I'm sorry to tell you that through the birth certificate process, you were ramrodded into the United States. You were basically plucked out of any possible dream citizenship that you've been taught and put into servitude to the United States. And one of the things we're going to be covering today is how that applies to your position or your disposition in each state where you reside. And that residence is not domicile. And the reason that you're taxed and all these things on your property, the reason you can't be an owner of property, a true owner, or what's called a landholder, all these things are because of that citizenship to the United States, because citizens of the United States are actually foreigners, aliens in each state. And we're going to cover that much later on in the presentation, much later on. The important part is to understand, again, you're part of that pyramid that we showed in the first show. You're part of the problem. You're not acting as part of the solution. And you can't because you don't understand your own status and how that disables you. Disable is a legal term. It literally means to have your rights taken away or to be naturalized. Again, these terms, we'll define them much later in the program, but you have to understand these things are bad. Remember, a natural is an idiot, one who cannot govern themselves. That's all of you. And I know you don't like to hear that, but I'm speaking to you from the perspective of your masters, those who control you, not myself. I'm only reading the terms as they define them. So I don't want you to get offended at what I have to say. I just want you to understand that I'm speaking the truth, regardless of how much it may hurt my own feelings or yours. I'm only here to share the truth. And most importantly, I'm here to correct what it is that you think you are. Remember, the Bible says never consider yourself as anything. Well, the word resident, or specifically the word res, means thing. A resident is a property, a chattel property. Res being thing. So for clarity, res means thing, and the suffix of ident actually is a short term for identity. So your identity as a thing or a property. Property, of course, is not a real thing. And That's why this is so important, because you're identifying yourself as a resident. A resident, you're identifying yourself as a thing, not as a man. A thing, a person, place, or thing, a noun. I know that sounds semantic, but it's actually one of the most important aspects of this whole thing, because you're identifying yourself as something you're not. And again, the Bible says, do not call yourself a thing. Why would the Bible say that? Why specifically would it say not to identify yourself as a thing unless it's referring to, obviously it's referring to the legal system? It's pretty amazing, really. So, what you think you are as far as your status, and the fact that you think that that status is somehow natural or of God, is a big, huge mistake. And probably even more importantly is to correct what it is that you don't think you are as far as status goes. What is it to be a U.S. citizenship, an alien, in other words, to all the several states? Several meaning private or foreign. Remember, private and foreign are the same thing, right? So remember that the United States is a foreign corporation in Washington, D.C., and that each state is foreign to each other. We must understand that. And when a United States citizen takes residence as a property of the United States, the person takes residence in any state, we are foreigners to the state. This is why we cannot hold land. Again, we'll cover that in great detail much later in the program today. But please understand, again, I'm only here to offer you the truth, the red pill, about the church and the state, about the Bible, about status, personhood, etc. That's all I'm here for. I'm not here to offend you. I'm not here to call you names or anything. However, sometimes I'm going to use language that tries to get the point across, and that might be offensive. And I'll apologize if that's the case. However, I do want you to understand that the truth is never actually offensive. It is purely your own perspective. And as soon as your perspective gets changed and you see the truth, you can no longer possibly be offended by it. Okay? The truth is a beautiful thing. The truth will set you free. That is a direct quote from the Bible, and the truth, of course, is Jehovah, God. The truth will set you free. What is truth? Well, we're going to talk about that today. Now, before we go on, I think it's very important to set the foundation, because we have a lot of fallacious thoughts about what our status is, who we are, what we are in this League of Nations, or as they now call it, the United Nations. I think it's very important to understand the source of what it is that limits us, the source of our governing. In other words, the reason we're not self-governing. And I think before we go any further, I'm just going to establish this so that you understand the difference. And this will help us to understand later, when we talk about this, what it is to be incorporated. And you have to understand that all of these false statuses, titles, names, social security numbers, everything is, in fact, it has to be part of a corporation, because otherwise they wouldn't exist. Now, I know that sounds a little strange, that your name wouldn't exist without it being incorporated, that your social security number, all these different details of your so-called identity, they must have a place to exist, because they don't exist in reality. And so they have to be incorporated, which means ultimately that you are incorporated. And that is something we're going to cover much, much later in the presentation. And when you understand what that means, trust me when I say you will have great, great clarity over why it is that you feel so helpless all the time, why it is that you feel you can't escape from the legal system, the legal matrix, right? That system that we call the United States, or whatever nation you're under, whatever state of being you pretend to be. And that's what this is. This is make-believe. Right? We have to understand that everything we're going to be talking about in the legal system is make-believe. You are made to believe you are something you are not. Everything is dependent upon that belief. It is a faith-based system. You must believe that you are a person for you to be controlled, which means governed. All right? Government, mentis, mind control. All right, so let's start with the word resident. What is a resident? Okay, we just said that a res is a thing. R-E-S, again, that is defined as a thing or as matter. When you hear what is the matter before the court, another word for that is res. When you put that onto ident, which is short for identity, well, you have a thing that is identified. That's what you are pretending to be. You are a resident of the state. Now, we have to explain that. Right? When you're talking about resident, you're talking about something temporary, which is very important, but you're also talking about something that is referring to the actual place. Now, remember, we're dealing with nouns. So we have a thing residing in a place. A person residing in a place. A person, place, or thing. They're just names, just words. All right? So one who resides in a place, a diplomatic agent residing at a foreign court or seat of government. So you're a United States citizen, which is your domicile, and your residency is in as a federal agent, an agent of the federal government. That is an employee, if you will. It's not anything good, trust me. And you're in a foreign court or seat of government, especially one exercising authority in a protected state as a representative of the protecting power. That is exactly what you are doing, folks. I mean, you might not feel like it, but remember, United States law, the jurisdiction that you are in is paramount to state law. State law cannot protect you from federal law, which tells you right away that you're not a state citizen. You're not a private citizen. You're a member of this corporation. You've been incorporated or emancipated into the system. Again, we're going to cover this later, and when you get it and when you see it, you're going to understand all this. But for right now, we have to have the basics. We know that a physician serving a residency is one that has not been released yet. You're in a state of apprenticeship or, governing. You're not released on your own yet. And that's what this is. This is a test. United States citizenship is a test to see if you have the capability to break free, to become a private citizen. They don't tell you how to do it. That's the problem. Again, res means a particular thing or matter. So used especially in legal phrases, of course, we find the matter before the court, again, for instance, and ident is your identity. Identification as a thing. And thing is a reference to property, by the way, as is person and as is place. To be in residence, the act or fact, remember, a fact is not a truth. The fact is that my person resides in Utah, the federal area designated as a quote-unquote state. Not the actual state, though. Not the actual territory. You see, this is the hard part because you have to remember we're talking about fiction. The problem is we use the same words in reality that we do in fiction. Bugs Bunny lives, for instance, in the cartoon world, right? The Jetsons live in the future, even though there's no, it's a cartoon. It doesn't have a past or a future or a present. It's not real, right? So the problem is we use these same words. So let's just take an example here of the word living, as mentioned here. Living, we're not talking about the real thing. So even in this first definition, we see dwelling, which we'll get to in a moment, residing. Okay, so living is residing, existing, subsisting, having life or the vital functions in operation, not dead. So you've got this mixture of real things and sort of considerations of things, fictional things or descriptions of things, none of them being necessarily what you would say, real. And that's the problem. When we say a person lives in California or Sacramento, well, a person, first of all, doesn't have true life, but we do refer to, again, the time that is the life of the contract that makes up the person. The status exists as long as, in our case, from birth to death, certification, right? These legal contracts or legal documents. So living can be so many different things, or have so many different meanings. Again, the cartoon is the perfect example. We know cartoons don't have life, and yet we still use the word life or living. Bugs Bunny is laughing at Daffy Duck, but you know that there's no real laugh, right? That's not actually a bunny living that has a laugh. We have to be able to distinguish these. And I know that sounds like a ridiculous example, but it is exactly the same thing in the legal realm. If we cannot distinguish between what is real, what is true life, and what is the so-called life of a person, a place, or a thing that is the false existence, well then, you can never escape it. If you can't tell the difference between the Matrix and the real world, how can you possibly ever leave that Matrix? You won't know the difference. You would never know if you left or not. You see, this is the problem with trying to explain this stuff. Living is residence, residing, living is dwelling. Well, wait till we get to that word. Now we also say we make a living, a means of subsistence. What does that mean? I make money, therefore I make living? That doesn't even make sense unless you apply it to the metaphorical meaning of the word. But you cannot consider that making a living is the same thing as keeping yourself alive. It's not the same thing, right? You have to know the difference. And on the other hand, the next definition says the power of continuing life, or your livelihood. We made a living by his occupation. The woman spins for a living. Does that mean that if she didn't spin, she wouldn't be alive? Of course not. It's a metaphor. And then, of course, we have the religious dogma, the religious language, which is so ridiculous. But a benefice or something that's beneficial is what the clergyman essentially gets paid, the mammon. So he gets his power or his benefice from being a conformist. So that's the power, in other words, of continuing on as a clergyman. So we're saying that we're not referring to the man, we're referring to his title as life. I am a clergyman. I have the benefice of a clergyman. But if I don't conform to the church rules, they take that title away, and now I have no life. I can't make a living as a clergyman. See, this is the confusion that we must get out of our minds. In the potentiality of being a free man under God, we must always use our words genuinely to mean real things, unless we're speaking metaphorically as the Bible, allegorically, telling stories. And then it should be, as the Bible probably was before we translated it into English, it probably was extremely understood that it was a tale, no different than the epics that used to come out about Ulysses, etc., right? But now it's in English and everything's all screwed up. But one of the ways we can really combat our confusion is to always understand the terms that we use. Are they fictions or are they real? When I say life, do I mean real life or do I mean artificial life or existence of some false thing? It's so important. Remember, persons, places, and things, nouns, names, that is, do not have actual life. They only exist because we use them, respect them. Right? This is why the Bible says don't. Don't take a surname. Don't respect titles. Don't respect names. Only your Christian name, your first name, your God-given name that has no way of being identified as anything but what it is. Your God-given Christian name. The place where one actually lives as distinguished from a domicile, or a place of temporary sojourn. So right away we see, if we have residency here, we are not in a domicile. Residency is your current place of living, actuality, and it is temporary in the sense that it is not your domicile. It's hard to distinguish between these two, but that's what we intend to do here. A person can have more than one residence, but only one domicile. And that's the important part. Only one domicile. So where were you domiciled at birth? In other words, where is your citizenship? Citizenship is what controls your demeanor, your action. Okay, a distinction is usually maintained between domicile and residence based on the relative permanency of a domicile and the intent to make it a principal place of abode. In some contexts, however, such as for determining proper venue, in other words, jurisdiction in a court, domicile and residence are used as synonyms. Similarly, residence and domicile are sometimes used as synonyms with regard to the place of incorporation of a business. Now, I want you to remember that your family is a business. You are the head of household. This is why you're always getting screwed, especially as a male figure. All right, the male figure is considered the head of household, the head of the business, the corporation that we call a marriage and a family. If you don't believe that, I mean, I've covered this before. If you don't understand that, you can start doing the research yourself and you can understand what a family is. Remember, everything in legal is artificial. There can be no actual family, no bloodline in the legal realm. There is no blood. There is nothing of God in the legal realm. You, as a resident and a domicile in the United States, and a resident in the state, which is a federal area of the United States, ceded to the United States, you are not in the realm of God's law, the law of nature. You are not there. You're not under common law, because United States citizens are not under common law, only private state citizens are. You're not under the Constitution. The Constitution is only there to protect the inherent rights of those private people in the states, that is their domicile. The domicile is not the United States as a corporation in Washington, D.C. It is not a foreign corporation. It is the actual state or territory of that place, of that state, people, in other words. All right, we also call it a dwelling. Residence is the status or person of a resident. Okay, remember, person means status. Now we have to understand what a corporation is. A group of merchants or traders united in a trade guild. Well, that's pretty much what the original sense of the United States was. Merchants or traders, in other words, states, united in a trade guild. And I wrote a whole thing on how the United States is a trade guild. You can look that up on my blog. The municipal authorities of a town or city. Well, wait a minute. The municipal authorities of a town or city are a corporation? Oh my God, how many times do I have to say this? Look up what your city is. Look up any document. It'll tell you it's a corporation, a municipal corporation. A body formed and authorized by law, not by God, by law, by man, to act as a single person. How can a town be a person? How can AT&T be a person? And for that matter, how can the Vatican be a frickin' person? Well, they are, because they're corporations, and persons and corporation are the same word. Although constituted by one or more persons and legally endowed with various rights and duties, including the capacity of secession. All right, now that's talking about states as well. Because corporation is a much broader term than we think, and that's why I'm doing this long presentation today, because until we understand what it is to be incorporated, we're always going to be in that state of slavery. An association of employers and employees in a basic industry or of members of a profession organized as an organ of political representation in a corporative state? Oh, no, it's not a corporation. The problem is not that it's not a corporation. The problem is people, folks, I'm telling you, you do not know what a corporation is until you do the research as I've done, and that's going to be presented to you in a big, big way. Now, notice that it said that a residence is a dwelling. I've covered this before, but I think it's important to go over it again. The verb to dwell is an action. All right? So they take a verb, an actual action, something that's actually happening, and they turn it into a noun or a incorporated thing. A state of being, a status, right? What does dwell mean? What is the etymology of the word? Well, in Old English, the word dwellin meant to mislead, to deceive, to make a fool of, to lead astray. From Proto-Germanic, dwellin, to go or lead astray. Sourced also from Old Norse, dval, to delay, to sleep. They live, we sleep. Middle Dutch dwellin, to stun, to make giddy, to perplex. To hinder, from the old High German twellen, with a T, to hinder, delay. The Spanish veil, trance or stupor. Narcotic berry. That's Duval bear. I'm not saying that right. From the Middle English, was known as dwal or nightshade. And also from the extension of another word meaning dust or cloud, vapor or smoke, which of course we would say smoke before your eyes. Defective perception or wits, in other words, is why it's referred to as a cloud or smoke. Dwell is also related to the Old English word meaning error, heresy, madness. It shifted from the Middle English notion of to hinder or delay to linger, circa 1200, and used still in modern phrases to dwell upon. To make a home is from the mid-13th century. Now, how do you make a home from all that? Trust me when I say the meaning is not changed. That what has happened to us is that we've been incorporated, misled into this system of deceit, right? Into the principalities that we are at war with. This leads to domicile, which means house or domestic to dwell. Now, it's interesting that domicile is a house because, of course, when you think of what a house is, you think of the house of Rothschild or the house of this, right? The house of Windsor. That refers, actually, to the deceit that is the bloodlines, that is the royal system of rule. That is the domicile that we are under. And then there's, of course, to domesticate, to cause to be attached to a home or family. Well, if you consider that as an employee, I'm incorporated into a system, as a citizen, I'm incorporated or emancipated into a system, naturalized, as they say, it's not a good thing, right? You're pulled into the corporate structure. To tame, in other words, literally to dwell in a house. See, every word has the literal and then the figurative, and you have to understand the figurative to understand what's actually happening to you. And this brings us to the word bound, to dwell, or to live. So if to dwell means to be bound, well, do I need to say any more? From a bunch of old words meaning dwell or dwelling, and it means to stall, to be, to exist, which is very important because we're talking about artificial existence or deceitful existence, which is exactly the problem that we're talking about today, the fact that our soul has been separated from our mind and body. Being in bondage is, of course, condition of a serf or a slave. Now, United States is a district, and so to understand what it is and how that district extends into all these states where we have residents, as a domicile, the district is the division of territories, right? States are territories. Originally, the space within which a lord could coerce and punish, to distrain. The circuit, as in circuit courts, within which a man might be compelled to appear, or the place in which one hath the power of distraining. Remember, district is defined as distress, distraint, and seizure. When you're incorporated into this system, you are seized, you are dwelled, I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Now, so that we can understand how this happens, and this is the important part, folks, because this is where it all begins for us. This is from the Texas Health and Human Services website, Department of State Health Services. Remember that word, state, is really carries the federal meaning. The part that's the public part, this part that's ceded already to the United States. So in other words, it's there to control us. All right, so this is called the importance of the birth certificate, birth registrar certification. The importance of the birth certificate. Do you know the purpose of a birth certificate? And you know what, folks? That is a really good question. Do you know? And here's the problem. They tell you. They're very open because they know that, to be perfectly free, they know you don't know what these words mean. They sound good, right? To the typical dumbed-down American, these words sound like they're a good thing until you discover what they mean. Now, we know what a residence is, and we're going to learn now what a domicile is here. The legal portion of the birth certificate, the legal portion. Okay, legal means artificial. Nothing on it is real. It's all in the matrix, not out. The legal portion of the birth certificate shows the child's name, date of birth, and parents' names, along with other things. It establishes Texas residency and U.S. citizenship. In other words, it establishes the fact that you are born in or reside in Texas. You're a thing when you're in Texas, a property, and U.S. citizenship is your domicile. Okay, the United States, the Washington, D.C., and its district, that which you are distrained and distressed and seized in bondage, is the United States. Washington, D.C., the district. It provides legal identity. What is the purpose of the birth certificate? To provide legal identity. Residency, and identity. Res-ident. Now, the important part is that this is not giving you domicile in Texas. This is not saying you are from Texas. This is saying you are from the United States. You belong to the United States or one of its agents. That's what this is saying. That's what residency means. All right, so you've been given this legal identity from birth, from being birthed into one of the ports of the United States, the hospitals, the delivery rooms. You've been abandoned, delivered to the state due to the ignorance of your parents. Okay, well, what is legal information? Okay, what does that mean? Legal information. Well, your mother informs, right? Your mother is listed as the informer. So what do parents need to know? Well, the availability of birth record information. This is very important to understand here, folks. Certified copies of birth certificates only include the legal information. Certified copies, those copies that you go get of birth certificates, only include the legal information because that's all they care about. They don't want you to understand that there's more to this, that you can get a sealed copy. The actual birth certificate, when you request, I can't remember the name of it, but you request it actually has a seal, a wax seal on it because it's the full copy, not just the certified copy, which only gives legal information. Now, what does that mean? Legal information. Artificial information. Information that does not exist in nature. What does that include? Name, date of birth, state, city, county of birth, sex, mother's name, father's name, date of filing, file number, certification statement, seal, and signature. All of these things, folks, I want you to understand this before we go on. All of these things are part of the fiction, part of the legal fiction. They are not real. Remember, there is no date in nature. It is not January or May or December. There is no such thing. There is no name. Nothing in nature has a name. No, that was the doing of man, not God. Nothing has a name. There is no language in nature other than the birds singing and the bears roaring. Okay? There is no date of birth. There certainly is no state, city, or county. Those are all corporations and corporations of men. There is no sex. Yes, I said it. There is no sex. That is a legal term. Don't confuse it with the biological plumbing that we each have. Okay, that's a legal term. Your mother's name, well, there are no names in nature, only in legal. Your father's name is not his, it's not him. You are not your name. Your date of filing, well, there's no dates. File number, there's no numbers in nature. Right? You can't find a number in nature. Certification, statement, seal, and signature. These are not real things. Remember the word signature. Sig, S-I-G, means victory. When you put sig onto nature, it's the old Saxon word for victory. Put that onto nature, victory over nature. Signature. We're into some shit here that is killing us. It is literally making us spiritually dead. This is the purpose of the birth certificate. It's telling you this, but you have to be able to read it for what it means. This is legal information. In other words, it's not you. The statistical information, which would be a reference to what you actually are, collected at the time of birth, is not released to the public. Why? Folks, can you figure that one out? It's real simple. Why would they not be interested in your statistical information, the actual information that says, okay, this is a living, sentient being born into God's nature? Why? Under the law of nature. Why are they not interested in that? Well, it's the same reason they're not interested in real things in science. The so-called industry of science, the corporations of science, the for-profit machine, because they can't patent it. See, what they're creating here is essentially the new version of letters patent. That's what a birth certificate is. They're assigning you letters, essentially. They're very low letters, the lowest possible common denominator. You are. The point is, they don't care about the statistical information. They only care about the legal information, because legal information is what can be patented. All right? When you take the genetic sequence of something and you recreate it as a new life form, which is what they are doing, is why we have this mutant coronavirus. That is the same thing. They're patenting the legal information. Doesn't matter what the real thing is, so much as the fact that they have the legal information. Then when anybody wants to do research, if I have the legal information and I patent it on cancer, well, or genes or whatever, then you need my permission to do any research. This is the state of our world. It is pathetic. They are pretty much copywriting or patenting everything they can possibly get their hands on. And the only way they can do that in this sick, psychopathic world is to make everything artificial. Or at least to make you believe that you are acting in an artificial capacity. That is why this is so important. That is why the legal information aspect of this compared to the statistical information is so damned important to them. That's why they want so badly and will pay nurses and doctors and hospitals extra money just to gather that information, to put on that birth certificate. Again, go to the mother. The mother's the informer, if not the father. Get the information from the informer. The legal information. See, the difference between those two things, the real and the artificial, is everything. Squelch the real. Do not give copies of the real. The real must remain silent. It must remain unseen. Give them the legal information, a certified, right? When we certify something, what are we doing? Basically giving a receipt for a transaction. You're registering, and of course, to register is to name. When you name something and you put it into the books. All right, so I really want you to get that straight. You know, all they care about is patenting your legal information. It is not your information. It is their information. They are taking it and creating this legal entity, this identity. And remember, identity means sameness. So they want you to believe that you are the legal information, which is based upon the statistical information, which is, remember, there's two different birth certificates here, right? You got the application, which is the one your parents fill out, and then the one they create on top of that, which is the legal version, the legal persona that they create from the statistics through that legal information that you provide as the parent. And through that persona, that golem that they say, this is your identity, this is your name, number, and mark, that is how they control you. Because when you use that name, number, and mark, when you get benefits, when you get security and insurance and all those things that don't exist in nature, right? A free man has no security. A free man has no money or insurance because he doesn't recognize those things. You cannot be free and also be bound under the artificial constructs of some man or some corporation of men. You see, here's the problem. We believe in the identity that is sameness of legal information and what you could say is real information. That's kind of an oxymoron, but the information that actually describes us versus the information that is used to build basically a character on the Monopoly board or in the construct of the Matrix. And as long as you continue to admit, to appear as this persona, this sameness, this legal information bound up in a person, in a status, and you refuse to acknowledge that, no, I am not that person. I am a creation of God. I'm a creation outputted from nature, and therefore I'm under the law of nature. Until that happens, until we have this spiritual awakening, until we regain our spirit, because there is no room for the spirit in the legal information, right? That's hidden. That's part of the statistical stuff. Right? That we are a living, sentient being. No. All we're interested in doing is creating a legal entity. Legal only, nothing else. And to do that, you have to kill the spirit. And that's what this whole presentation is about. How our spirit is killed. So, again, residency, you are a thing identified, a United States property identified as living in a state. You are not part of the state. You are there as a temporary resident. Sometimes they might say you're permanent. Doesn't mean you are. You can't be permanent unless you're attached to the land. And you are not. You're attached to the United States District. When you're on the land, anywhere in the state, you're on a monopoly board connected to the United States and to these state governments, these federal area governments. You're not part of the people, and you're not part of the land. If you don't get that, if you don't understand and accept that for what it is, then you might as well not move forward. Because the only way you're going to understand what it is that is causing this spiritual death, this apathy, this tolerance that we're all going through, this helpless feeling, and this control system, right? The reason you're not fighting back against any of this, you have to understand this. First thing you have to do is admit that there's a problem. You have to break free of the conditioning that you're one of these patriotic people. You're not. Now, to understand domicile, let's go to Encyclopedia Britannica and see what they have to say here. Domicile in law is a person's dwelling place, as it is defined for purposes of judicial jurisdiction and governmental burdens and benefits. Now, notice the distinction they're making here. This is your dwelling place, not where you live, but for judicial jurisdiction. That means every time you go to court, you're not in a court of the people, you're in the court of the United States Corporation. So let's consider what that means then. Right? Because you're talking about a jurisdiction. It is not you that is being tried. It is your persona. Right? Your person. You are appearing as that person, and therefore, as agent for that person, you are answering on its behalf. You are saying, I identify as that. I am now appearing as that, and therefore I am this fictional entity. This is the whole problem. Once that transaction takes place, once you identify yourself, once you say, I am the same as this fiction that you completely control without any, 100%, well then, yeah, sorry, you've just accepted essentially the role of a slave. You're an actor. And the actor, that is the judge, then changes jurisdiction to the point where, jurisdiction is a movable thing. Any court can be any jurisdiction depending on what the judge invokes and depending on what the case itself, the matter, the thing before the court, represents, or what jurisdiction that would appear in. So, like the circuit courts used to be, the judge would travel from courtroom to courthouse, courthouse to courthouse, and the jurisdiction would change according to which judge was sitting on which bench. They'd hear different cases, some common law, some not, some this, some that. So, you got to understand, again, this is all fiction. It's illegitimate in every single way. But the problem with things that are illegitimate is that once you accept them as legitimate, once you contract, for instance, sign a contract and agree that it's bound under this jurisdiction of law, well then that which is illegitimate becomes legitimate. In the quote-unquote metaphoric, if you will, the eyes of the law, you find legitimacy. Who represents the eyes of the law? Well, these corrupt judges, these false gods, right? The magistrates who sit upon the throne, the bench, which means bank, of the court. And so the major difference here between this United States or Washington, D.C. court, these district courts that are all over the place that we attend as persons of the United States, the difference between that and what would be considered, as you say, often a constitutional court, of which there are none for United States citizens, the difference here is the type of law that's being administered. And that's the key word, actually, is we are under an administrative system. We have already given up all those rights that would entitle us to any kind of fair trial as enumerated in that Constitution, right? We don't have that. We gave up those rights. Remember, the Constitution only protects your inherent right. It doesn't give you anything. So once you've given away that right, then you fall under a contractual situation, just like an employee at any corporation. When you go in to see your manager because you're in trouble, you've done something wrong, he doesn't sit there and give you a fair trial and get out the Bible and no, that's not what kind of system of law you're in. Okay, you're in a system of law where you're being administered. That's why you don't need an attorney to go to traffic court. So the difference between an actual court of law where you would actually be given some semblance of justice and what we call the Justice Department, right? Kind of like Federal Express is not federal. Well, the Justice Department isn't really about justice unless you're talking about its own definition, right? A terrorist can define justice too. I chop off your head. That's justice, right? Well, the kind of justice you're seeking, that notion that is guaranteed to you by the Constitution, just doesn't exist for U.S. citizens. And this is why you cannot, you go to court, you're in an administrative situation. If you don't understand that, if you don't understand the difference between an employee being administered and a man going to an actual court, then you're never going to figure out why you keep losing against the government. It's not like you can change the policy of a company just because you go and see the manager, which is the judge, right? The magistrate, the false god, and pray to him. That is, plead. That's just not how things work. So until you understand that when you go to court, you're basically in an administrative system under administrative law, which is contract law. You've already agreed to all the terms and conditions, in other words. That's not in question. When you go to court, you argue against the law. The judge is like, look, you already agreed to the whole thing. If you don't know the law, remember, that's no excuse. There's no excuse before God. There's no excuse before the legal magistrate, the false god. That's one of the main maxims of law that you can't get around. So to go and dispute that some law exists or that the law doesn't apply to you, I'm sorry, but that's what administrative court is. That's what an employee, goes through when he goes to see his manager. And that's essentially what you're doing in an administrative situation. You might get a sympathetic ear every once in a while, a judge that's not a psychopath, a sociopath, maybe. That doesn't mean that you're getting any kind of fair trial in the sense that it's meant to be defined under the Constitution. Because, again, the Constitution only applies to state citizens, those that are foreign from the United States. The United States cannot do this to foreign people, period. End of story. You're not foreign. You're of. Your persona is of the United States, is property of the United States. Therefore, just like an employee is a property of the corporation, the government is telling you, hey, this is what needs to happen. It's not asking you, it's not giving you a fair trial. So first and foremost, you have to understand that this concept of being administrated spreads to every aspect of your life, whether it's paying taxes, all of that stuff. You gotta realize you're not in any kind of fair situation. There is no fairness. You've already agreed to the extortion. And we're going to get into that in a big way today. You've already agreed to it all. So all that's left to do when you screw up or don't make a payment or don't pay your tax is to administrate you, to do exactly what you've agreed to be done, which is that, to be put in pain, punished, tax, sliced, and extorted. I'm going to say that a bunch of times in this presentation. You're going to understand that so well by the end of this that there'll be no question anymore. But it all hinges on you understanding the difference between administration of an employee, which is what's happening to you, and an actual court of law where you have two contesting arguments that need to be decided by a jury. That's... We're talking about average day-to-day, municipal things. You see, the matter before the court is the res, the thing that you are appearing as, the resident. You're the matter before the court. And the facts of the case are whether or not the administrative law has been broken or not. Period, end of story. There is no fair trial. There's no witnesses per se. It's just you have to understand this and the difference between these two courses of law in order to understand your disposition within the one. Right? Do you think there's a fair trial in The Matrix? Do you think there's a fair trial in, say, Tron? Do you think there's a fair trial in any of these systems in a jail? Do you think there's a fair... No, you're administered. It can't be any clearer than that. As a child, do you think that your parents are holding a fair court? Or do they say, you're going to do this because I told you so. It's the law. It's the way I run my household. If you don't like it, move out or whatever, right? That's the same thing. Or again, how about the pieces on the Monopoly board, the chess pieces on a chessboard? Do they have a fair trial or are they administered? They're administered by the player, by the master, right? So why would you think that you are any different while playing the part of a person of the United States? In contract, what's the difference? Your character being moved around. The only difference, which is what we're going to be talking about in this whole presentation, is that you don't have, you don't have free will. You have choice, which leads ultimately to causality, right? So the pieces on a game board are administered, and when there's an issue, what do? You go and you look at the rules. You pick up the rule book, in other words, the U.S. Code for persons, and you administrate. You correct the problem. If that requires a fee or a fine or imprisonment, that's great. You've already accepted that as your punishment. You're paying your penalty, your tax. It's part of the law. You've agreed to that by being a citizen and getting the protections of the United States. You also are required to suffer the obligations. I'm sorry. Again, I know you don't want to hear this, but the The truth will set you free. Until you acknowledge the slave system that you're in and that you voluntarily participate in on a daily basis, you cannot be free from it. Maybe you don't want to be free from it. Maybe you're comfortable with it. Maybe you've made a good living being a slave. And that's, I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not going to judge you. I'm only here for people who want to be free. And again, I must stress that most men do not. Most men do not want to be free. But I'll tell you what, if that's your disposition, if you think money is more important than that, status is more important than your freedom, as the founding fathers warned over and over and over again, well, at least admit it. At least admit you're working for the devil. At least admit and become what you are, right? Become the evil that you have let yourself be involved in. Do not deny it. Know the truth. And even though in this case the truth might not set you free, at least you know and understand. And you know what? You'll be able to get by a lot easier, because every time that your conscience steps in, and I know it will, every time your conscience steps in and says, oh man, this isn't fair, oh, I wish it wasn't this way, you can go back and you can remember, hey, it's okay. I already know. I'm under administrative law. There's nothing I can do. Period. End of story. Carry on, as the British say, right? Under their monarchy. That's basically what you're under, a feudal system. So face it. Face it. Face the fact that you are participating in this system voluntarily. That's all I want you to do. Because again, knowing the truth is not a bad thing. In fact, it'll help you in your endeavor. It'll help you not to constantly fight against the system that you can't fight against. You can't fight against an administrator. You don't get to fight against your employer. They tell you what ultimately to do and not to do. So get used to that. Get used to it. Understand that you're an administrative slave, and you'll be fine. But if you actually have that inkling to be free, then you're always going to be at odds. You're always going to be at odds. You cannot work for the devil while wanting to work for God. You just can't. That's how it is. So really, again, that's all I'm here to do, is to make you face the truth, to tell you, to speak it, and to tell you that it can set you free if you want it to. You don't have to decide. You don't have to follow that path. It's really what the Bible tells you to. Very few, right? Even the Bible says there's only going to be, 140,000, 144,000? Is that the number? A very small percentage of men who actually want the truth to set them free, want to be free under God, in other words. God is truth, right? The universe, existence. But most importantly, it's the subject right now. Digressing back to the subject, all depends on your domicile. Who has dominion, your domicile, over you? That's where your law comes from. So there is no such thing as a legitimate court, because there is no such thing as a legitimate legal judgment. Legal is anti-God. The only time you're to judge anyone is spiritually. According to the Bible, according to the law of nature, you judge someone by whether they're acting under the spiritual, the moral law, and nothing else. You do not judge fiction. You do not judge persona. You don't judge their title or whether they're acting according to that title, because that's not real. That's fiction. You don't even respect the title. No, you're not a false god. No, you're not a magistrate. No, you're not a president. No, I don't respect the title. You have no power or authority over me because you're claiming authority and standing before my God. That is freedom. And that's what people don't understand. Instead, you revert back to this system and expect to find somehow justice in a completely corrupt system that you know is completely corrupt and can never be redeemed. Take that word, redeem. Who is the redeemer? Right? Is government the redeemer? You're all looking for redemption, right? The redemption process. Let me teach you the redemption process. It'll just take 1,000 sheets of paper, a few cartridges of ink and about half your life filing paperwork, and then you'll have a pretend status that doesn't actually exist. Yeah, that's the redemption process. I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and support such a thing because it doesn't mean anything in reality. You die, all that shit goes away. None of it counts. None of it's real. It's not truth. And the truth alone will set you free. That goes in so many different directions, that statement. That means acknowledging the truth, living the truth, not accepting anything but the truth, etc., etc., etc. So who's the Redeemer? Christ is the Redeemer. What is Christ? Christ is the story of the personification of the law of God, Logos. That's it. In other words, as Jesus says in the Bible, you want to be saved, then follow the law. What does that mean? Follow me. Follow Christ. Follow Jesus Christ. I am the example. I am the example of the law you are to follow. You're not to worship me. You are to follow me in order to worship Jehovah, God, my Father. Existence. The beauty and wonder of life, of existence. That is Jehovah. It's such a beautiful, 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 beautiful thing. If you could just get past what man has done to the story, what religion has done to take you away from worshiping nature as God. And I know there's people out there that as soon as they hear that, they're going to be like, oh my God, worshiping nature. You mean worshiping? Yeah, I mean, yeah, existence. Yes, that is what God, Jehovah, is defined as. Don't take it as anything else. Well, that's paganism. No, actually it's not. Because you're worshiping the wholeness of reality, of nature, the nature of existence. Not nature as in the tree out there or the ocean or some polytheistic thing. No, the oneness of existence is Jehovah. All that is self-existence. All that is being. Supreme being. A verb. Okay? Being. The act of being. That is. It's timeless. It has no beginning and no end. Right? If you're personifying, you're taking the anthropomorphization of the characters, saying, oh, God is man or man is God, you're completely missing the whole point of the story, the allegory of using personification. The ancient tool. And see, that's one of the big problems with the writings, with ancient languages, and trying to understand the Bible by taking the English translation as a literal translation only. You can come across words. Maybe this deserves a whole show. But come across the word mammon, for instance. A word that is not mentioned in the Bible very much, but the power behind that word, the meaning of that word is so very important. I think I'll just dedicate a whole show to it. But you're basically talking about what it is that you value. What value do you put upon things? Of course, God is priceless. That means you're priceless. I'm priceless. My dog is priceless. Everything's priceless, right? There's no value to be put that is artificial. Mammon is the opposite of that. And see, what I've found in trying to explain how money is the root of all evil, value, in other words, is the root of all evil, is not so much the money itself, right? It's not the value of the money. It's what you do to everything else. It's the value that you have or do not have on the priceless nature of existence, of God, of everything. That means down to whatever reptile or bug you hate the most. What value do you actually place upon that life, that existence? That is what money destroys. That is what mammon destroys. And so it's not so much that the dollar is, people say the dollar is worthless now. It used to be worth so much. No. It's that your valuation of things used to be more realistic. Your valuation of existence used to be more down to earth. But now you hold no value over life itself. You have no value in reality, in nature. You don't give a shit about anything. And if you do, you're completely what? Apathetic and tolerant of its destruction. right? So money doesn't create value, it destroys the intrinsic value of things to where that which used to be a priceless thing to your spiritual connection to life and existence is now something that you can actually put a price on, right? And that, when you go from holding everything in priceless respect to having everything have a monetary value, that is mammon. That is why money is the root of all evil, because you're valuing what is priceless in something that is fictional, artificial, has nothing to do with reality. And it takes away the spiritual connection that you have to all things. And now all you have to anything is a connection through money. How do I see something? Well, that car is nice. It's worth this much. How that apple? That's beautiful. How much? How much is that? Whatever it's. I value it in money. I don't say, wow. I don't even stop to consider the process or the beautiful, structure that nature is that produced that apple, that brought it to my table, all the people involved, everything. All I do is say, how much is that apple worth? What is the price? That's all I care about, right? And therefore I'm tolerant and I'm apathetic towards every aspect. All I care about is that apple is there and it has a value. And that is, again, spiritual death. That is what spiritual death entails, when you no longer recognize the spiritual worth of things. A spiritual value cannot be compared to a monetary value because a spiritual value is priceless. Now, obviously, I've gotten off on a tangent here, but this is such an important concept that I thought I'd give it a mention here. Let's go back to the Encyclopedia Britannica here. Certain aspects of a person's legal existence do not vary with the state he happens to be in at any given moment, but are governed by a personal law that follows him at all times. That is the person, a personal law that follows you or him at all times. What's it following it? It's following your name, your number, the fictional character you're pretending to be, you're appearing in everywhere you go. As soon as you get out your checkbook, or as soon as you get out your card to pay for something, or cash, or whatever it is, anything that you get insurance upon, anything that you get a receipt, every transaction you make is in person, because why? You're getting consumer protections, consumer this, benefits, insurance, right? There's so many things that seem like good things that give you this false sense of security. And of course, it's ruining us in every possible way. But listen to what this is saying. Certain aspects of a person's legal existence do not vary with the state he happens to be in. Why? Because your legal existence is in the United States, right? You're living or residing in, say, California or Texas, but your domicile is always that fictional district of Washington, D.C., and that will never change. You can only have one domicile, but when I say you, or he in this case, remember we're talking about the person. And the only reason it applies to you is because you are essentially wearing that person as a puppet. You're the controller of the puppet, and everything that puppet does binds you to its law. Now, there are certain things that the federal law does not cover, and those things, of course, go on in the so-called state governments, which again are just federal areas, public areas governed by state governments. They are not the people, they are state, federal institutions called state governments. They're corporations. Not real. Not the real thing. In Anglo-American countries, applying the common law, one's personal law is that of his domicile. In civil law countries, those of Europe and Latin America, it is often that of his nationality or place of habitual residence. You see the difference. So if you're under common law, if you were a part of the state, the people, the actual land that's outside of the United States, not part of that corporation, then yeah, you would have your own domicile. Your domicile would be California or Texas. But that's not how this works. You see, you're not in common law. You gave that up. That's the birth certificate process. And so your nationality becomes basically your domicile. And this is how they've tricked you, because they want you to believe that the nation, that is the district, the corporation in Washington, D.C., that extends its arms out through contract, through constitution, through that stuff, into all these states and controls the public lands, but not the private lands of the actual states. They want you to think that that is the same. By saying I'm a United States citizen, I am also saying that I'm a California citizen. This is just not true. It is not a true statement. Not if you define those terms in the correct way. All right. Now, there's something very important here that you're seeing, and if you identify as a woman or a her or all this nonsense about why don't they say his and her, and why in the Bible is it always he or him when talking about God? Why is it the Son? Why is this? Well, this all has to do with ease of language. It is nothing else. You can sit here and you can get offended. You all kinds of things you can come up with your head. Well, they don't recognize women. They don't recognize the female sex. No. Can you imagine how many more words they'd have to add to the entire legal code if they were to include every single status? See, the way the law works is that they use words that are general, and then when they need to, they use words that are capitonyms or specific concepts, right? So all we have to do to burst your bubble, if you're saying I am a woman, well, that's your fault. You're a man. You happen to be a female man, just like a horse is a female horse. That's your thing. You want to identify as a woman, there is no such thing as woman. And I know you don't like to hear that. The reason you're not equal with men is because you're not saying I'm a man. Go look it up in science. Right? Remember, we're talking about fiction here. You're identifying yourself as a woman, which is a fictional character in the legal realm. Nowhere else does a woman exist. That's hard to accept because you've been indoctrinated to believe I'm different, and therefore, by declaring I'm different, I'm somehow the same. How is that possible? How can you say I'm a woman, therefore I'm equal to a man? See, the problem is you're not identifying as what you are, a man, a child of God. That's it. That's all you are. As soon as you attach this legal context, the sex, as we talked about earlier, and the legal information, right? When I look at a flock of antelope or a whatever, deer, buffalo, I'm looking at that as buffalo or horses or, right? Only if I need to single them out as male and female do I do so. But that doesn't make them any less horses or buffalo, right? And it doesn't make you any less of a female to call yourself a man. They're male and female men. You want to be equal to men, stop calling yourself anything other than a man. Now, I know that's hard. It's just the truth. You could verify it in every single possible way. I've been talking about it for years. All these terms that you've learned to identify yourself with are meant to either elevate or restrict your status. How can women not have equal rights with men if women were actually considered as men? They're not. I could ask the same question about a slave. We know that slaves are men, but we call them slaves, which lowers their status. We know that women are female men, and yet we call them women, which lowers their status. And this is your fault, not anybody else's. U.S. Code, Title I, Section 1, words denoting number, gender, and so forth. So when you're reading law, and when you're reading just about everything ancient or before the 1950s, before the women's rights movements came along, which means women which are different than men need rights that are similar to men, right? Before all of this crap happened, there was a sense of reality, a sense of reason and logic behind these words. Why is the word he and him always used? Why isn't her? Well, they define this very clearly, and it's very important to understand that he signifies a dominance and she signifies the opposite of dominance, the feminine quality. So you got the masculine and the feminine. So when they say he, they're really speaking of a masculine quality of the word. This has nothing to do with reality. This is all the masculinity or femininity of the words. Now, if you can get rid of the masculinity of a word and make it a feminine term, then that word no longer has any authority because it's feminine, or the word that is considered as masculine in the grammar comes with a sense of strength, whereas the feminine word in grammar has a sense of weakness or being under or undermined by the masculine. Now, if you take that, which is the most ancient form of language and communication, and you somehow apply a sexual connotation to that, as if words have sex, as if anything in the legal realm has sex, as if persons actually have a sex, persons being words on paper, reputation, numbers, right? Valuations, reputations of men, right? If you think that those have a actual sex, well, then you're nuts. You're so far down into the rabbit hole, you can never come back out. You're so far in the matrix, you cannot come out. You want to be equal to something? Stop thinking you're so damn different. Stop thinking you're superior. Stop thinking you're inferior. It's that simple. But don't, for God's sake, don't allow these words to get in the way of your reality or your perception of reality. In determining the meaning of any act of Congress, that's any and every act of Congress, unless the context indicates otherwise, right? So everything you read in law, when you see the word, say he, this applies to it, unless they say something else, which very seldom do they do. Because there's no reason to. Because there is no sex in law. Now, if you're passing something that has to do with females, or what they call women, well then yeah, you're gonna specifically state that that's what you mean. Determining the meaning of any act of Congress, unless the context indicates otherwise, words importing the singular include and apply to several persons, parties, or things. So if I say something that has a singular context, well then I mean, or it serves to include all things, parties, persons, etc. In other words, the plural. Okay, so right away we've just destroyed the language. We've destroyed the concept that this is referring to anything real because the singular equals the plural. The plural equals the singular. There is no difference. A person or persons, doesn't matter which one I say. Words importing the plural include the singular. Okay, well there you go. You've just taken away. This is incorporation, folks. This is the basis of why incorporation is so horrific and dangerous and spiritually dead, because there is no singular anymore. You're incorporated. You're no longer an actual individual entity. You know, one person is all persons. One voice out of many. E pluribus unum. Words importing the masculine gender include the feminine as well. Well, that statement right there, used throughout the entire U.S. Code. And for that matter, throughout the Bible, throughout just about every ancient work you can imagine. Before the women's rights movement, that statement, that words importing the masculine gender include the feminine as well, completely defeats any arguments you have about women, about female men being inferior to men. All right? Now, women is a legal status. If I say I'm a woman, just like if I say I'm this color or this thing or this title or this, whatever, flattering this, well then, okay, now you've put that upon yourself. But in general, because this is all fiction, folks, there is no masculine and there is no feminine. Slaves don't have masculine and feminine. They are subject to the will of the master. You can argue all day that you don't have equal rights to so-called male persons. However, you're equally as enslaved as the rest of us. Words used in the present tense include the future as well as the present. Words used in the present tense include the future as well as the present. Now think about that, folks. This is why I'm telling you, time does not exist. All right? The only way that they can do anything in government, the only way they can govern you is to put you onto a timeline and then say something like this. Because, that's a word that can only really be applied to God. I am, therefore I am. I am the now. I am the all-present, the all-knowing, the all-seeing. I am infinity. I have, I am the Alpha and the Omega. All those things basically exclude any kind of timeline, right? That which is eternal has no care or really functionality in man-made time. Now you could go on, right? We could go down the list. We could say the word person and whoever include corporations, companies, associations, firms, partnerships, societies, joint stock companies, as well as individuals. Oh, there you are, right? An officer is a person. A signature is just subscription, includes a mark. It goes on and on. The point we're trying to make here is that the notion that the masculine and the feminine, in other words, I can use he and mean she. It doesn't matter because there is no sex, there is no time, there is no real person. None of these things exist in nature. Right? So they're laying out the groundwork, the rules for their fiction, for their monopoly board. Think about it. You don't believe you're in this game, this commercial game. You don't believe that you're a character on a Monopoly board. Think about every game that you've ever played, right? What's the first thing you do, especially if you've never played the game, or you want to remember how to play the game? You look at the rules. You pick up the book of rules, and you look at it. Now take that in real life, as we call it. What do you do when you not want to know the correct course? You go to a government website, you look up the law. You're picking up the game board of the government game, and you're looking at the rules. It's no different. They're not actual rules. If they were, you'd know them already because they'd be self-evident. They'd be part of nature, part of Jehovah, part of existence, but they're not. In fact, they're so foreign, so unreasonable, and deal with things like money that have no place in nature. They're so confusing, so confounding to the spiritual life of any man that you have to have almost every aspect of everything you do written down as a legal course, a legal law. So the board game itself is life, and the cover to the game is the entire legal code, the commercial code, etc., etc., etc. And throughout all of that code, the word he means she, and the word she means he. Unless otherwise noted. And you know, one last comment on that for those who say, well, I'm going to say God is a she. What have you just done? What do you think that accomplishes? You're literally trying to say what? That all men are not equal. Right? You think that by saying he, when you're talking about Jehovah, all of existence, the entire structure of the nature of all things, that it actually has a sex attached to it? I mean, you couldn't be more stupid, really. I mean, I'm sorry. And I fell for it for a while too. Everybody falls for this stuff. But you really couldn't be more stupid to assign a human attribute to God, unless you're trying to tell the story of, the allegory and all that, and try to make a moral story out of it. You can't assign a sex to the entirety of the universe. The entirety of nature, the entirety of existence, it has no sex. So when you say he in the Bible, of course, it doesn't mean he as in the sex of a man or animal or beast. It means they're using he instead of she because he represents masculine and she represents feminine, which is power. The word masculine means with authority. The word feminine basically means without authority. It has nothing to do with humanity whatsoever. It is grammar. And so the way the grammar is used must be understood. And you must separate that from your daily bullshit arguments and debates about sexism. They're not the same thing. However, by destroying one, by destroying your ability to differentiate between masculine and feminine words, you're basically making the whole language feminine, and therefore I can no longer call you a man. I have to call you some term or identity that you've created. Otherwise, I get in trouble because I'm committing a legal crime. Right? The whole thing is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. Moving on. The place in which a person is domiciled has judicial jurisdiction over him. Again, that can be he could be a female. It's okay. It's not what that means. I.e., a case can be tried against him in its courts, even though he happens to be outside its borders at the time he is summoned. Well, how is that possible? Because they're not charging you, they're charging your person, and your person is connected to you through agency. You've agreed and volunteered to act accordance to the law of that person. That person can be tried anywhere, and you don't need to be there. You understand? It's not you. It's like putting your car in court. You don't need to be there for your car to be tried. The car ran over somebody, and you were, but who was driving? As far as governmental burdens and benefits are concerned, only the place of a person's domicile can impose an inheritance tax upon all of his intangibles. Well, folks, who gives you an inheritance tax? Right? How do you know your domicile? United States. Used to call it the orphan tax. When both your parents died, they basically take 50% of the estate. I think they stopped doing that now. So criminal. All right, this is legal extortion. That's all it is. It's extortion made legal. It's horrible. But, for our purposes, as far as governmental burdens and benefits are concerned, only the place of a person's domicile can impose an inheritance tax. That tells you right there that the United States is your domicile. And remember, your residence is always subservient to your domicile. There's no higher thing than a domicile, higher place, if you will, or jurisdiction. You cannot go higher than the domicile. You could have temporary residences all over the place, but your domicile, right? This is why when you expatriate, for instance, you got to choose a new nation, a new flag to bow down to. You're not freeing yourself of the United States. You're simply taking a new master, a new domicile. And that becomes your residence as well. Or let's take all these people coming here. They become permanent residents. Why are they permanent residents? In the United States, you see, their domicile is still China. Their domicile is still Mexico. Their domicile, right? Because you know that because a permanent resident can still be kicked out of the country and therefore thrown back to his domicile. Where's he from? Who did he pledge allegiance to? Without even knowing it, right? So the law of a person's domicile determines the validity of his will with respect to personal property, or determines how such property is distributed if he dies without a will. The law of a person's domicile also may play a part in determining the legitimacy of the person's birth and the validity of his marriage. Oh, I could go off on a tangent on that one. Your marriage is not valid because it's a marriage between two United States persons. It's the merging of two corporations into one. Two fictions into one. And as far as your will, the reason that you don't, I should say that the reason that your natural inheritance is not considered is because you're a United States citizen and persons have no blood. There is no blood transference. The law doesn't consider blood, it considers only persons. And this is why there's so much crime and theft and exaction and extortion going on with real estate, with taking people's inherited land because they don't know how to act upon it. They don't know what to do with it. Homestead land, a good example. Homestead land was one of the examples that we talk about of being a landholder. My heirs get the land, so now my one piece of land gets split up into 4 pieces. And then those heirs die, and it gets split up into, say, 12 pieces for all those children. And it goes and it goes and goes on. And now people are stealing that land. All you got to do is force a sale, and the sheriff will come in, force the sale of the entire land, and, hey, guess what? You got a bunch of homesteaders that don't know anything about what it took to get that homestead in the first place. They're just living there free, basically, and they say it's my land. There's no actual valuation. There's no understanding of what it means, and there's no responsibility. They're not working the land. They're not wed to the land. It's just a place they put their trailer. They're poor, and so some a-hole who specializes in that kind of law comes along and forces the sale. Maybe convinces a few of them to sell off, just like in a tenancy in a landlord case in New York. We got enough tenants now that'll sell. We're going to force you to sell yours. So we can demolish the building and rebuild. We're going to kick you out anyway. You know, the whole thing is just, the crime in this country that goes on under the law, not despite the law, but protected by the law, is probably worse than any organized criminal system I can possibly think of. This is the mob times 50. And what's so brilliant about it is they don't really need to use force. Because when they tell you, hey, you got to get off your land that's been in your generations for 150 years, or I'm going to take your child, or I'm going to, foreclose on your home, you just leave. You just give up, throw up your arms. You have no idea what to do, because why? Because you've accepted a system of law that you know nothing about. I agree to act in the person of the United States and be bound by all these shit laws that allow you to take advantage of me, extort me, exact me, throw me in jail, do all these horrible things to me. All because I was born into your system. I was birthed. My parents were tricked into putting me into this system, and now I'm bound by all your laws. That's it. That's why we are a defeated people in every way. Most importantly, though, it's our spirit that is defeated. It is a fundamental principle in Western law that every person must have a domicile at all times. A domicile is not lost until another domicile has been acquired, and a person cannot have more than one domicile at a time for the same purpose. Generally, there are three kinds of domicile: the domicile of origin, the domicile of choice, and the domicile by operation of law. You see, Western law, or the systems of government in the West, as we like to say, and that includes the English law and everything else. See, just like Caesar in the Bible, they have to register you. Just like Bill Gates and the entire structure of the NWO, right? The United Nations and all these Agenda 2030, etc. The whole goal behind that is to get everybody registered. Everybody under the Western law, and specifically so that they can establish for you a nationality, a domicile, or an international domicile that puts you upon no actual place, no actual land. They're taking you from the earth, from the goodness of creation, and they're putting you into a corporation, which has no actual place, no place that you can exercise your freedom, no place that you can exercise your law, the moral law. That's the whole point of this. It is to steal your spirit. And it's working. It has worked. It is working. Now, of course, when you go to another country, you're basically giving them an oath, right? The Bible says take no oaths, no false oaths to any false gods. Well, remember, that's what governments are. They're full of false gods. Sorry. That's what that means in the Bible. You don't take it as some etherical, supernatural gods. No, they're talking about men acting as gods. Don't take oaths to men. Now, notice the antonyms for the word oath is silence, kindness, or to break away from something, right? Instead, what do when you take your oath? You're giving an affidavit. You're saying, I will do this, I will obey, and I will act according to my domicile. You're giving a pledge, a testimony, a vow. You're giving an affirmation. You're putting yourself in bondage through a bond, right? Surety. You're going under contract. You're giving a sworn statement, a sworn declaration, your word or your word of honor, right? Now compare that again to silence. What if I didn't say anything? What if I didn't pledge anything? What if I didn't give my honor statement to a bunch of thieves, to a bunch of organized criminals? Why would I do that in the first place? Well, it's just part of normality, right? They've normalized these things. We do it from childhood. We don't know any better. But see, the more you learn, the more I learn, the more I teach, the more you learn, the more you teach, well, then the more unreasonable this all becomes. And yet, the more understandable it is that we are in this situation we are in, that we are slaves to this system, and why? And that it's voluntary. We can quit at any time. So what is silence? Now you think that silence is very simple and, what is the sound of silence? Silence is calm, peace, in other words, to be at peace. What does it mean to be at peace? What does it mean to be quiet, right? That's a term you use for title, for land. If I have a quiet title, it means I have no liens against it, right? To be in reticence, to be in secrecy. In other words, hey, there's that term again, private, right? Stillness. Death. Well, that's referring to civil death. In other words, the death of the person, the death of that which is not true or real. It means to censorship, silence does. Well, you think censorship is bad? No, it's just a word, and depending on how you use it, according to your perspective and your use, if you're censoring yourself from all of their fiction, that means you're not accepting, you're not making an oath, you're staying silent. You have quiescence, not acquiescence. You have quiescence, the opposite, right? You have, again, quietness, or quietus. And you know how they say, I reserve all rights. Well, there's the term, reserve. I'm reserved. I've reserved all of my natural God-given rights, my inherent rights, from you. That's what it means to be in silence. Why do you think that monks take a vow of silence? Do you think that just really means that they're not going to talk? No, it involves all of this. It means I'm not going to use your language, your words to entrap me and make me believe that I'm something I'm not. I am a child of God. I'm silent. I am at peace. I need no words to define everything I see, because everything I see around me is self-evident. And if it's not, I know it's man-made and evil. It's that simple. Speechlessness, to be still. Or how about Noah, to be at rest, is what Noah actually means. Stillness, uncommunicativeness. If they can't communicate with you, right? Remember what communication actually means. It's commerce. Communication is commerce. If they can't be in commerce with you in any possible way because you're silent, because you're quiet, you're dead to them, then they have no power over you. And you can look at some of the antonyms here for silence: agitation, clamor, communication, noise, talking. Yeah. Do you understand that you don't ever have to talk again? You don't ever have to use words again? And you understand that the reason they call it the Christian name is the first name only? It's because it cannot be used as communication in the sense of a legal communication, a legal notice, or a legal information. Because you have to have a last name assigned to it. Then you have to have marks, signs, signatures, numbers, and all those things that actually can be identified, communicated, and therefore used as information to distinguish you as a person that they can then control. See, silence is a very important word, and it has way more to do with reserving yourself and your rights than it does with just not talking. But if you think about that if you don't say any words or use any words, then they have there's nothing they can do. If you don't acknowledge their terms of art, well, then you're not going to be in their art. They can't define you, and you have no respect for their definition. Well, that is freedom, folks. That is what the Bible instructs. At birth, a person acquires a domicile of origin, almost always that of his father. If the father is deceased or a child is born out of wedlock, the domicile is that of his mother. Most people possess a domicile of choice, usually established by voluntary physical presence at the place where the domicile is claimed. Presence by reason of compulsion usually is not sufficient. If a person claims a place as a home but is not residing there, he must prove an intent to make the place a home. Now, think about that, folks. If a person claims a place as a home but is not residing there, he must prove the intent to make the place a home. Well, what about all these people who are allowed to buy up all the real estate and then rent it out at outrageous prices? Why is that? Because our law is criminal. It protects criminals. It protects engrossers. It protects usurers. If that's how you make your money, you should be ashamed of yourself. You're putting people out of a home in order to rent out a home to people who already have one and who are taking a vacation. That's ridiculous. That's the most immoral thing I could possibly think of. And yet, that type of behavior is what has been established as normal. Usury, and it's unbelievable, really. Persons who lack the legal capacity to acquire a domicile of their own possess domicile by the operation of law. Prime example is minor children whose domicile is usually that of the father. Traditionally, the domicile of a married woman was that of her husband as long as she lived with them. It's funny because U.S. citizenship is a choice made by your parents, of which you then, when you turn of the age of consent, you continue to utilize. So it's both a choice, it's voluntary, and it's also a compulsion. Once you're in it, of course, once you've accepted the terms of the agreement, you can't then go renege against them. If the terms of those agreements are that your right is to be put in pain and prison, taxed, licensed, and exacted and extorted in every way possible, well then, you've accepted that. Complications arise because statuses rarely use the word domicile, but refer instead to residence, or in some statutes, abode. In such contexts, residence usually bears the same meaning as domicile, but on occasion it may mean something else, such as a well-settled physical connection with the state without bearing toward it the requisite attitude of mind that one intends to reside there. Sometimes residence means something more than domicile, namely domicile in a place plus physical presence there during a specified period of time. Residence, when used in a statute, means a far closer relationship with a state than mere physical presence there. What does that say? Residence, when used in a statute, means a far closer relationship with a state than mere physical presence there. As in the case of domicile, once a residence has been acquired, it is not lost by a temporary absence from the state. In contrast to domicile, a person may have more than one residence at a time. So we now understand the difference between domicile and residence, that they can sometimes mean the same thing, and that the ultimate harmony is when your domicile and your residence are the same. This all, again, has to do with citizenship. Now, what is citizenship? The status of a citizen with rights and duties. Okay? It is synonymous with legal status. Citizenship, my friends, or personhood, is legal status. What did the Texas birth certificate thing say? And for that matter, every state birth certificate, what does it say? Domicile or citizenship with rights and duties in the United States and residence only in the state. Okay, so right away, your domicile and your residence are not going to be the same unless you actually live in Washington, D.C., which is an interesting whole other can of worms. What is the difference? What is the antonym for citizenship? Inactivity and inactiveness. Well, you can look at that and say, that's kind of like unemployment, or, they're bad people, they're inactive, they're not good little citizens. Or you can say, really what that means is silence, privacy. I have no legal status because I'm a man of God and I don't respect that which is anti-God. See? Status. The relative position or standing of things, or especially persons, in a society. What is person? It's a status. It's a position or standing. How do you stand in the court as a person of the United States? What are the antonyms here to status? If you don't have a status, it means you're dominant. Well, that right there is your first clue. All right? If your status is woman, well, then you're not dominant. Because, one, you have a status that is of man, of the legal realm. And so there's subordinate right there as well. So you have lower class, upper class, and everything in between as the antonyms to status. What does status do? It makes you equal, but don't get confused, because really what it makes you is equally punishable under the law. It means that you are of a status and this law applies to you, and so do the sanctions. Right? You will follow the law or you will be punished by the law. Now, if you look at status, there's a lot of terms in here that cover just about every possible thing you can think of, all the way up to the Vatican and all the way back down to slavery or illegitimacy. Right? It can be dignity, it can be nobility, it can be lowered class, and it can be bastardy. Nationality is a status, right? So all these terms, person, national, status, they're all the same terms. They're a caste system, right? There's caste right there. You got subordinate, you got dominant. Well, How are those synonyms and antonyms? Well, it depends on which one you're you're claiming to be. If I'm a man of God, then I'm dominant over all of this shit. If I'm a person of the United States, then I'm subordinate. There's equality, right? Remember, equally punishable under the law is what that actually means. Don't ever get confused to think that you're somehow, that men are born equal under God is not the same as saying we're all equal under the state. No, that's not how it works. One is freedom, one is slavery. Equal slaves. Legal status is status defined by law. Again, if something is defined by law, meaning, of course, man's law, legal law, it is, first of all, not real. It is, secondly, that which is designed to ensnare and entrap you. It is nothing ever good, no matter how high your rank or citizenship, etc., no matter how high your minority or majority, your position, you are bound to that which is not of nature, not of God, not of truth. And you act the part. You become a real shithead if you're rich, and you become a real whatever you become down at the other end. What we have all become. The 99%, as they say. Always wanting more. But, those at the top always want more, or all, at the same time. Antonyms. The majority. You might not understand this, and it's really hard to put into terms, but you're never the majority if you're under a legal status. There's no such thing as the majority in a legal status. Even if 99% of the plebes that are U.S. citizens vote the same, you're not a majority in the real sense because there's nothing real about you or your vote. You're acting in person. You're not a majority. You have no power. It's important to distinguish between a majority as a statistic and a majority as a real thing. Now, if you had your spiritual power and you acted as the majority of men in this continent, that would be different. But you're not acting as men, you're acting as persons under the laws of those who control you. You have no spirit. Therefore, you can never be a majority. And ultimately, this brings up a perfectly legitimate gripe, if you will. Let's point out the hypocrisy of the typical American citizen who really doesn't understand the history of events that's unfolded before him, right? What were they talking about when they talked about a republic and the majority of one? Right, the smallest possible majority, so that there is no majority, in other words. In other words, the group cannot compel those who are still of moral mind and sound body to do things that would be against their best interest. That would be the idealism behind the notion of a republic. The majority of one. What happened to the majority of one? How is that not in your mind? And how have you gotten so sucked in to this political system where you're supporting the candidate that is against the other 49% of people, or however you picture it, against the 10%, against the 20%? How have you gotten sucked into that? And for that matter, how have you gotten sucked in that you can't do anything about all these other people who are doing horrible things? Because you're not in a position that you have God as your authority. You're not in a position to act as the law of God. You're not Christ-like, right? That's what it boils down to. What did Thoreau mean when he used the concept of a majority of one? That one person who is on the right side, the moral side, the spiritual side of any question counts or has value, that spiritual value we talked about, counts more than all the people who are on the wrong side of the question or issue. And when we say that, we're talking again about the things of God, the things of nature. What is a lie? What is truth? When you're talking about truth, if you're on the side of truth and you're a single minority against a majority of idiots, you are on the right side of the question. The question is, what is your power? What are you going to do as that majority? You're not a minority. You're the majority because you're on the right side. And really, he's talking about people trying to survive individualistically despite the ignorance of the masses. Right? So you got to consider that the greater number of any part is the definition of majority. But what if you're on the side of the whole? What if you're on the side of nature? Well, then there is no minority at that point. You see, it's a mind screw to think about it. When you have nothing else opposing you because you don't accept anything else, you don't allow lies and political corruptness to exist just because the law says they can. When you're on the side of right, there is no, and you cannot possibly be the minority because you're the only one in the right. I don't know if I can explain it any other way. But anytime you enter into a political system, you're automatically the minority. Even though they call you, or you might believe you're part of the majority, you're obviously not. The majority of any political system are those who started it, those who put the choice in front of you anyway, which is exactly what we're going to be talking about. Because remember, as a person of the United States, as a citizen thereof, of those who control that United States, those who are the government, they give you a choice between two evils. Those choices are both their own choices, not yours. You're not making any actual choice as a majority. You're just simply saying, okay, well, you gave us two pieces of shit. That turd looks a little shinier. Let's go with that one. That's a choice between two evils, which is no choice at all. And that is the point. You're not free if you cannot choose to say, absolutely not, I accept neither turd. Neither turd is shiny enough to replace God and God's law. Simple as that. And, first commandment, I believe, take no other gods before. Well, whenever you take a law before the law of God, you're taking another God. You're taking the creator of that law as your God. That's what that first commandment means. You're not in a majority. You never will be. Because you're a slave. Imagine a slave saying, I'm in the majority. It's ridiculous. And you should look at yourself as ridiculous every time you even consider participating in this system. But, you're going to do it anyway. I know. I get it. That's fine. When in Rome, right? Act as the Romans do. Now, considering perspective, and some of you might be going, I don't understand what this guy is saying. He sounds like a nut. I was in the majority. I voted for Trump. I was in the majority. I voted for this. Let me put it to you a different way. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you were forced into the false majority that said, okay, Democrats lose, therefore the default position of the Democrat is to accept the opposite, accept the Republican, or whatever, right, left, whatever false flattering title you want to put on there, great. Once you vote, once you choose between two evils, and you have accepted evil, no matter which choice wins, evil wins. You are in the majority, forced in the majority, that accepts the evil that was already decided for you between two evils. You see, it's not so much that you are the majority, that you are the minority, because you're forced to accept whatever the majority is. And if the majority is predetermined, well, how can you possibly think that you have power? Now, we're going to cover this later, but, I just want you to understand that voting signifies, the act of voting actually is a significant sign that you do not have power. If you're voting for a ruler, obviously you don't have authority. Right? So you cannot be the majority. In other words, you cannot have any power. So automatically, we all fall into the default state of being the minority, while this royal family that's ruled us for thousands of years, maybe longer, continues in the same exact blueprint. that it's been doing for years. They just created democracy. Now they're spreading democracy like a freaking plague. And through democracy, you believe that you have a choice. Your choice between two evils makes the evil a little more bearable. But make no mistake, you have chosen evil. And because you have chosen evil, no matter which evil you chose, what you didn't choose was God. You didn't choose the law of nature. You chose the legal system. And to be clear, the Bible says God is always on you. He's always next to you. He's always right there. Whenever you want to turn back towards God, he's right there. Why? There's that word he again. Doesn't mean she. If I said she or it doesn't mean anything. Right? Why does the Bible say that? Well, because I hate to tell you this, you can't really escape God. You can pretend. You can pretend not to be under the law of nature. You can pretend not to be part of the whole of Jehovah, the universe, life, existence itself. You can pretend all you want. So to be clear, to make this even easier, okay, your God is always Jehovah. It's defined as existence, self-existence. You can't really escape that. There was never meant to be a choice. You were never meant to say, well, I don't believe in God. That means you don't believe in existence. That basically makes you a nihilist, which is really a pointless, dark place to be. There's no point in it. And it's not meant to be a debate. It's meant to be a concept to guide you. You're part of the whole, and therefore you're supposed to take care of and follow the law of the whole. That's what it is. To be clear, the God of men is always Jehovah. But the God of persons is never Jehovah. The God of persons is whoever or whatever man or entity, corporation, government created that status, that person. Okay? The problem is, and this is why you're to take no other gods, once you act in person, then your God is predetermined. Your false God is pre-written. You don't have a choice to follow Jehovah or its law. You must follow in the law of persons, which means you've accepted that whoever created that status, that person, is your false God. You're no longer able to act outside of the two evils, the choice that has been put in front of you, the causality, in other words. You gotta understand this. This is everything. Because without the concept of personhood, all that's left is tyranny, and we know that from history that tyranny just doesn't work. It has to be volunteerism. That's the only thing that works. That's why this whole system is based on volunteerism, which again is called, in law, you can look it up, the doctrine of master and servant. That's what volunteerism means. Not your particular version or definition, but the legal definition that says, okay, you've made your choice, you're acting in person, therefore you follow voluntarily the law of persons instead of the law of God, even when, and I should say even despite the fact that the legal law is completely and 100% opposed to the law of your maker, to the law of nature. You know, I can't put that any clearer to you. When I say take no false gods, or when the Bible says take no false gods, that's really what it's trying to get across to you. When it says take no persons, respect no flattering titles, there is no excuse, right? There's no excuse not to follow the law of God. Period. End of story. It doesn't go any farther than that. There is no debate. There's not meant to be some, holy order that debates whether we can, create legal laws that bypass God's law. No, that's not. That's the Catholic Church. That's these Christian organizations or corporations that have nothing to do with God and God's law. That's where we're at, folks. And that's what this entire presentation is essentially based on. Why it is that you don't have any power. Why you're not a majority of one under God. Why you're not able to make a true choice between true things. Because your spirit has literally been stolen from you. You cannot access. Your spirit is dead. Your spirit is behind your choices. If you take away the spirit, there is no longer anything there to make a choice. And that's the point of Roman law, or strict law, which we are under, contract law. Once you're under that contract, you don't get to say, well, I'm going to deviate from the law in this way. No, that's the point. The point is to take away the spirit, take away the soul, so that you no longer have the opportunity to make a moral, spiritual choice. The choice is only between two evils. And the evils that you choose from come from the actual majority. He who has power over you because you've accepted his status, his person. To not have a legal status is to be abnormal. And guess what? That means we've all been normalized, right? We've all been given a similar status, which means we've been normalized into the system. We've been dumbed down. We've been incorporated. You want to be abnormal. Unsoundness. Again, to the slave that loves his servitude, that sounds horrible, to not be sound. But again, the free man knows no security. And that's why so many people in history have said that very few men will ever choose freedom. They would rather be ruled by other men. They'd rather be sound, safe, and secure as the normality. The correct term for U.S. citizenship really is villanage. Servitude, legal status, and villanage, again, the antonym is majority. The legal status or condition of servitude of a villain or feudal serf. In my book, I really tried to explain, folks, that this system that we are in is merely the recreation of the feudal state under different terms and different conditions. That's all it is. It's just a voluntary feudal state as opposed to an involuntary one, and that's why it's so important to understand the voluntary nature of citizenship. So, majority. What is to be the majority? On law, the age at which persons are considered competent to manage their own affairs. Maturity, the legal age. Adulthood, which means to exist in legalized, approved, and protected adultery. Now, here's another spiritual lesson that we must learn, we must take upon ourselves, and we must differentiate between the fiction and the real. And that's, of course, the concept of time and man's tracking of it. Now, remember that in all things, God or Jehovah, that is existence, is timeless. And therefore, most importantly, or more importantly to men, is that it's ageless. It does not identify itself by its date of birth. It does not identify itself at all. It doesn't need identity. It is what it is. I am that I am. And so shall you be if you choose to be a free man. You shall have no age. You shall have no date of birth, because those things are man-made things. There is no August 8th, 1972, the supposed date of birth listed on my certificate. There is no such thing, except in the legal realm. So, we must remember that the term life in legalese is defined as the period of time that a contract exists. Right? So from your birth certificate to your death certificate, that is the life of the person. There is no actual life. It is referring to the contract being valid or legitimate, if you will. Legitimate because you say it's legitimate. You're volunteering. So it's very important to understand here that you cannot identify yourself as an adult when it comes to any kind of status. Now, in a tribe situation, in a family situation, we know instinctually when a man is a man and when a boy is a boy or a girl is a girl. We know this. We understand this, and we act accordingly in our family, or we would if we had the chance, I guess. But the notion that you one day, I'm 18 and therefore I can't date my 17-year-old girlfriend anymore, or however, whatever happens, you're suddenly an adult one day is ridiculous. Right? And of course, we know that adult doesn't mean what you think it means. It doesn't mean anything natural. It means something according to a set calendric date that is a legally organized system of time, a timeline that they've stuck us upon. Now remember, again, the Jews have their own timeline. There's several cultures that still have different timelines than us, different dates, different structures of the calendar. I did a whole blog on it. Again, I'm not going to get back into that. But we must understand first and foremost these two concepts of time and age being sort of the same thing, but also valuation, right? When you value something according to its age, as if age necessarily brings, say, wisdom or wealth or anything else, then you're going by some status that doesn't exist in nature. Oftentimes, age brings the opposite of wisdom, depending on what knowledge you're basing that wisdom upon. And we have a lot of bullshit flying around, as you folks know. So, again, this valuation of time that we call age is something that we have to extinguish from ourselves. We have to shed that particular false or artificial skin in order to realize, again, our eternal place in nature. Remember, eternal doesn't mean live forever. Eternal means without time, without age, without any need, in other words, to track such things. They have nothing to do with life. Do you think that the fact that you will live to 98 years on the calendric system of legally organized time makes any difference to God? Do you think that God has his calendar out and he has a little X? Oh, here's Clint's death, here's David's death, here's John's death, here's Mary's death, here's this. I don't know what possible place you could possibly think that a calendar or dates or times has in nature. I'm sorry. No other creature lives by such a ridiculous concept as the fictional representation of actual, if you want to call it, time passing, right? Or past or present or future. They're all the same to Jehovah. And therefore, they're all the same to us. Live now, prepare for the future, learn from the past. That's all you can do. But the second that you take upon yourself the status, the legal status of being a certain age according to the Jesus timeline that they've put upon us, the Roman timeline, well then, guess what? You've accepted yet another mark. Another mark that signifies you as a legal beast of burden, a four-footed animal, animal being a word that simply means having no soul, no spirit of your own. That's what animal means. No animus, no soul. And four-footed is just a reference to beasts of burden. That's why they call us animals, or dogs, and that's why they taught us dog Latin, the Latin grammatical system set to basically a slave language called English. So we must understand our eternity. And we must not think of that as anything but the reality of existence. It's really not even mystical. It's not magical. It's not heavenly. It's not, it has nothing to do with any of that religious crap. If you think eternally, if you think timelessly, then you are thinking in terms of God. You are acting godlike or Christ-like. Does that mean that the calendar doesn't have a place, that the Farmer's Almanac doesn't have a place in life? Of course it does. But it's when you take that almanac, that calendric system, and you turn it into an idol. In other words, you start worshiping it, you start identifying as it and with it, which is exactly what we're entrained to do. And trust me when I say, there is no legal system without time. Time is everything. Remember, money is time. Money is a representation of labor. It is the value of something, we'll say labor, put to a false valuation, right? So without time, there is no contract. Because remember, if I'd say, hey, you owe me $5 and you said you'd pay me by Thursday, oh, gotcha. There really is no such thing as Thursday, and I'm not a legal entity, so I don't know you shit. Plus, I really don't believe in money. Well, no, that's irresponsible. That's, of course, a really bad way to act. If you have a debt in one realm, you pay the debt. But the point is, you never need be in debt, because without time, there's no debt. There's no way to possibly pay back a debt by some other form than time. And there is no other way to pay a debt in money unless that money represents time. What does that money represent? All the labor that you put in to make the money. So you've got to start thinking in terms, if you want to be free ever, truly free, then you have to start thinking outside of the box they've put you in. Outside the legal matrix programming. You cannot consider time as anything but a tool. The second it becomes anything else than what you use for purely spiritual reasons, the second it becomes that thing on the wall that dictates your life, that drives you, that defines you, that tells you what you are and what your age is, and when you're able to do certain things under the man's law, the second that happens, and it's already happened to all of us, then we are slaves to that system of time. Worshippers of Kronos, don't fallaciously label this as anything but what I'm saying. To be eternal is not to be without, that you're not going to die. Of course you're going to die. To think eternally is to think without reference to any timeline, to anything man-made. And I can't tell you how important that is because, again, everything man-made is purely based on the timeline that they created. Now, your assignment, should you choose to accept it, is to try to attempt to read the Bible timelessly, eternally. Read it for its spiritual context, not the ridiculous idea that it is any kind of history. It is not meant to be history. You see, if you take it as history, then you're missing the spiritual lesson, the moral lesson that can be applied to yourself. You're supposed to follow it, not treat it as a history. In other words, not worship it as an idol that already happened. It's something you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be the actor in the story, in other words. So, again, your mission now is to attempt to read things eternally in the spirit for which it was intended. And that's a very difficult thing to do after all the programming that has been put upon us. As you sit in your abode, your chosen dwelling, where you've chosen to be dwelled, and now we know what that means. A domicile not of God, not of the land. Just a general definition of domicile, a place of residence, abode, a house, or a home. That would be in reality, of course, but in law, it's a permanent legal residence. See, so one could be said to be real, where you actually live and do your commerce, etc. And then in law, or in the monopoly board, is your permanent legal residence, which, again, it's not California or Texas or Oregon or Washington. It's the United States. Now, residence, a little more involved, because, of course, you can have more than two residences. The place, especially the house in which a person lives or resides, dwelling place, home, etc. A structure serving as a dwelling or home, especially one of a large proportion or superior quality. The act or fact of residing. Now remember, fact is another reference to legal. It's not real. No fact is a truth. Okay, if it was a truth, it would be called a truth, but it's a fact. Facts are established from fiction. It is a fact that 2 and 2 equals 4. It is not a truth. It is a fact because numbers are art, and the rules of the art world dictate what 2 and 2 are valued at. But there is no 2 in the world. There is no 2 in reality. The act of living or staying in a specified place while performing official duties, carrying on studies or research, awaiting a divorce. A time, the time during which a person resides in a place, very important. No contracts without time. No debt without time. The location of the main office or principal center of business activity of a commercial enterprise, especially a large corporation, as registered under law. I think that's probably enough of that. Talking about the Pledge of Allegiance, a long time ago I did a blog called the Cracking the Cult of the Constitution. Never finished that, actually. I should. Here's the American flag compared to the British East India Company flag of 1707. Always found that to be kind of funny. And, that's conspiracy theory. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's this. No, this is the foundation. This is how the country was formed. A big corporation came along, set up what they call colony. A colony means farm or plantation. And I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you think this is somehow not real, and then you got the author of the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, birthplace of Francis Bellamy is showed here. The Pledge of Allegiance was developed by Francis Bellamy, a socialist who was hired by James B. Upham. James B. Upham needed a way to sell more issues of his magazine, Youth's Companion. The pledge was conceived as a way to promote nationalism in order to sell flags to schools as a premium to solicit subscriptions. The recital was accompanied with a salute that was later replaced with a hand-over-heart gesture. Now look at these kids here, folks. That is how we used to pledge allegiance, right, in schools. The old Heil Hitler salute. That was, quote-unquote, normal. No one thought anything of it, right? These school children would raise their hand, and the only difference between saluting Hitler and saluting the flag is who the president is at the time. I mean, there's no difference. This is socialism. All right, this is how socialism was introduced as pretty much a patriotic institution into America. It's all bullshit. All right? This is not new. It's the stiff arm salute that comes from the Pledge of Allegiance and the military salute from the Roman Empire. The pledge was written by National Socialists for military socialism. Here they're doing the same thing to Hail Caesar. And that's really, remember what district means. District is Caesar. It's where all persons are registered, right? So, of course they want you to celebrate nationalism because that's where they're putting you through the birth certificate. They want you to celebrate the corporation, the fiction, which means that you have no connection to any of the states. It's brilliant. And what would be the goal of socialism and communism but to have an entire population completely detached from the land? Look at these kids. Yeah, this is America. This is our true history. And then, of course, you have the right-wing sort of religious people who say the progressives want to destroy the Pledge of Allegiance by removing under God. But the fact is that the pledge was written by a progressive Christian socialist minister and didn't include under God in the first place. You idiots. And this brings us to the myth of the one nation under God created in 1776. Okay, there's nothing about God in the Constitution. There's nothing about Jesus in the Constitution. There's nothing at all biblical or scriptural or moral about the United States. All right? Now, here is the original 1982 Pledge of Allegiance, as written by Francis Bellamy, a Christian socialist. Here's how it went first. I pledge allegiance to my flag and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, in 1923, we made some changes because because, as this says, because we were afraid of immigrants, right? Yeah, same time that they started making, scary movies. Reefer Madness, that kind of thing. Same concept, not time. Because we're so afraid of immigrants, even though we're all immigrants ourselves, we added, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Still no under God. Now, finally, in 1953, we had another change by law. And that's because, well, we were scared of communists. And guess what? At the same time, we stopped pledging allegiance to the flag with the Hitlerian salute because it looked too similar to the communists and socialists, National Socialists in Germany, which we just got out of war with. So, the whole history of this thing is laughable, and yet we take it so seriously. We actually allow our children to say this, and I seriously can't believe that anyone, especially anyone truly patriotic, would actually say a pledge when the Bible says not to, especially. But okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Finally, we have under God. And yet, nobody that has any inkling of what this nation is, or any nation for that matter, would ever mistake it for being under God's authority. It's just not. Or God's law. It just doesn't. Obviously, it's built to do the exact opposite, to go against everything moral and just. It's organized crime. Now, a funny little bit of history here, right from the law books. In the case of West Virginia State Board of Education versus Barnett, 319 U.S. 624 in 1943, we read that this pledge of stiff-armed allegiance was not simply a choice by our children, but instead a requirement, a state requirement, punishable by expulsion from the school system for insubordination in true communist fashion. Here's what the actual law, or the actual case, says. The Board of Education on January 9th, 1942, adopted a resolution containing recitals taken largely from the court's Gabadis opinion and ordering that the salute to the flag become a regular part of the program of activities in public schools, that all teachers and pupils shall be required to participate in the salute honoring the nation represented by the flag, provided, however, that refusal to salute the flag be regarded as an act of insubordination and shall be dealt with accordingly. Oh, now the stiff-armed Hail America, American flag, hail the president sort of thing makes sense, doesn't it? The resolution originally required the commonly accepted salute to the flag, which it defined. Why were kids holding up their arms like that, communist style? Well, because the law required it. Objections to the salute as being too much like Hitler's were raised by the Parent Teachers Association, the Boy and Girl Scouts and Red Cross, and the Federation of Women's Clubs. Forget the fact that it's mandatory and it's insubordination to not pledge. No, they're worried about appearing too much like another communist country, right? Jeez. But no concession was made to Jehovah's Witnesses. What is now required is the stiff arm salute. The saluter to keep the right hand raised with palm turned up while the following is repeated. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. And then you have the head, Bush's cousin, who was the head of the Boy Scouts of America. At a meeting of the Boy Scouts presided over by the veteran founder of that organization, Colonel Dan Beard, the writer heard the 1,000 or more standing at attention shout, "I pledge allegiance to my flag," and the rest of the words of the Pledge of Allegiance at the time. In answer to his questions, Colonel Beard said, "Why, that's said by the Boy Scouts every time they have a roundup, big or little, and for that matter, by the Pioneer Girls and the Campfire Girls, too. It's the ABC of training for citizenship." It was adopted from the public schools when the Scouts first started in 1905. They didn't have to learn it. It's their regular or normalized hurrah for flag and country. I've heard it for nearly 20 years, from the top of Michigan to the toe of Florida, and from Montana back to New York again. Youngsters of every race say it, and it makes Americans of them. Oh, training for citizenship. It's perfect. Here's the problem. An oath is always a religious act. Out of Bouvier's Law Dictionary in 1856, which again was, accepted by Congress to define the terms of the Constitution, etc. Declaration made according to law before a competent tribunal or an officer to tell the truth. Well, can you tell the truth about fiction? Yeah, this is the age-old question, isn't it? Is there truth to a nation? Is there truth to any of this? No. No, remember, God is truth. You just can't mistake the two. What is man-made is not truth. Or it is the act of one who, when lawfully required to tell the truth, takes God to witness that what he says is true. It is a religious act by which the party invokes God not only to witness the truth and sincerity of his promises, but also to avenge his imposture or violated faith, or in other words, to punish his perjury if he shall be guilty of it. It is proper to distinguish two things in oaths: the invocation by which the God of truth, who knows all things, is taken to witness, and two, the imprecation by which he is asked, as a just and all-powerful being, to punish perjury. That's why we say, "So help you God," etc. The origin of this oath, of course, may be traced to the Roman law, and the kissing of the book, law of the Bible, is said to be an imitation of the priest kissing the ritual as a sign of reverence. Right? Just like the Pope. Surprise, surprise. And, of course, I've mentioned it before, but there's several places. But in Zechariah 8:17, "Let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor, and love no false oaths. For all these are the things that I hate, saith Jehovah." Now, you got to think about that, folks. What is a false oath? Well, if an oath is invoking God, Jehovah, and it has to do with telling the truth, and you're doing so in a situation where you're acting as an untruth, a person, a status, in a fictional place, a jurisdiction, a legal or anti-God structure of law, then how can you possibly not say that any oath you take to any man-made object is not a false oath? False oath isn't just one that you don't mean or intend to keep. False means false things. You're giving an oath through God which is the essence of truth, to participate in a lie and follow the law of the lie in order to escape from the law of God, right? To not be bound by the moral scriptural law. It's really amazing how they've twisted that. And of course, we've talked about swearing on the Bible and what that actually means. It means you're blaspheming the Bible because you're in a legal setting. They love it. It's like a practical joke. Swear to God to tell the truth in hell, right? In the King of Lies kingdom. It's ridiculous. But it's normalized, right? We go through the motions. We have faith in it, just like we go through all the stupid customs in a church service. We have no idea why we do them. We don't know why we do communion. We don't know why we do these things. It's just custom. It's normal. It's not right. It's not truth. It's really nothing at all except blasphemy against God and the Bible. But, you do it anyway because, hey, everybody else is doing it. It's normal. And that's essentially what citizenship has done to us. It's taken away our spirit, taken away our inquiry into these things. Are they reasonable? Why are we doing them? Why do we worship symbols? Why do we, all these things we've fallen prey to. Now, that's really far enough. I've gone way too far into just the introduction here, but I wanted to make sure that we have an understanding of these terms, domicile and residence, and, all of these things we've talked about before we even get to the beginning of this audio book. So, with that said, I'm also letting you know today that this what I'm reading today and what I'm commenting on in between is pretty much a new book. I mean, it's long enough to be a book, which is why this show is at so many hours today. It is a book, so consider this as an audio book, and I will be putting the blog post up as pictures while I read and while I comment. So, again, this is not just a radio show. This is my writing. This is my research. This is my life's work that I am imparting to you. Now, that said, I sure would appreciate some donations, some funding. Anything that you can give would be great, because it is getting very hard to survive in such an environment as this, where people aren't having me on their shows anymore. I'm not getting any exposure. My sites are banned. The ADL is after me. So many things have knocked me down, especially since I started speaking the truth, which again refers to the Bible. When I started speaking about God and the true meaning of the word, Jehovah and all that, I lost a great many listeners, and some have come back and apologized because they actually verified what I said. Most of them, however, did not. So if you can make a donation today, I have links on my blog page and at my book. And because I hate to ask for donations, and I don't usually do it, I will offer right now for the next few weeks, maybe months. I still have plenty of books to send out to people, and I'm more interested in getting them in people's hands than I am making money from them. However, I do have to survive. So for a short time, I'd like to offer, let's say, 2 for $50. How about that? I mean, I'm giving them away free. However, I'm also asking for donations. So anyone that donates $50 and sends me an email to clint@strawmanstory.info, I will send you 2 books, one for yourself and one to give away, or 2 to give away, however you see fit. Now, I'm only going to apply this in the United States because, of course, to send anything overseas or even to Canada is way too expensive. I'm getting to the point of desperation at times, and it's not been a very nice feeling. And I'd really like to at least get my vaccine documentary done, which I'm going to release in parts during this Red Pill Sunday School show. It will be probably at least 40 hours when I'm finally finished, but it will also be a complete breakdown of the entire medical industry, doctors, the oath, vaccines, drugs, chemicals, everything, eugenics, how it's involved. I mean, what I've uncovered is just so incredible. And it finally, answers the questions. Do they cause autism? What's causing this? What's causing cancer? Are doctors good? Which I can safely say no. No, doctors are very bad. And I can only prove that by showing you what I've actually come up with and researched. The thing about doctors is that they know they're bad. They actually, most of them are very clear, although there's some serious egotism going on. Most of them deep down understand how bad the situation is, how corporatism has destroyed any semblance of even being able to be a good doctor. So, there is two sides to every story. That said, again, I'm just asking for some donations this time around just to keep me going until I can at least finish that and get it out there. And also that full documentary, when I am finished, one full documentary, I'm going to put it onto a flash drive, or I'm going to get a flash drive that has the name of the documentary on it, and probably put those up again for donation. I'll send them free and ask for donations or whatever. And then you can download the movie for free, put it on the drive, because I don't have time to do that many drives, and then you can give those drives away, and I'll try to make them at cost or as cheap as possible, or can, again, ask for donations. Just an update for the Lethal Injection 2 movie. Sometime a couple months ago, I stopped doing the movie in order to construct what was going to be part of the movie anyway, which is the current biological weapon that has been released. Whether that's accidental or on purpose, I won't garner a guess. However, I do have all of the evidence that shows, where these biological weapons come from. So I'm doing a documentary on what is essentially gain-of-function studies, in other words, purposeful mutation, on every other possible virus and bacteria and everything else out there. Sort of as a background to why this particular incident happened. And honestly, if I were to have a choice between what I wanted to be released and what I didn't want to be released, this would be on the side of, hey, thank God it's only this. Even as bad as it is, because, you got Anthony Fauci. He's the head guy working on reconstructing and recreating the bird flu. And when you see that, you're going to literally shit your pants when you understand who's behind the purposeful mutation, or what's called gain of function or loss of function research that allows otherwise harmless viral particles and bacterium and everything else. What allows those things to become so deadly and so virulent and so destructive of the immune system. And we're going to discuss exactly why this thing is attacking all parts of the body. Well, of course, it's because they combined two different things to allow the virus that would usually only appear in bats now suddenly has a gain-of-function mutation purposefully designed in a lab in order to infiltrate the receptors of the human receptors, which otherwise could not happen in nature. I'll stop there and just let you know that's going to be my next release after these several shows that will include my my audiobook, which will probably be another 2 or 3, 4 shows, totaling about 15 hours, then that documentary, and then finally Lethal Injection 2, which will be a massive, massive project totaling over 40 hours. So, I haven't been slouching. It's been a lot of work and a lot of time referencing and researching, but just wanted to update you on that, tell you why I've been absent for this amount of time, because once I started looking at COVID, once I started understanding that, coronavirus, which causes the common cold, when you know, when that was mutated to become SARS-1 and then MERS-1 and then now SARS-2, which of course SARS-2 comes from SARS-1, which was a biological weapon created in a lab. Well, yeah, so we got some serious problems going on behind the scenes, and what needs to happen is not so much, we don't need to worry about the corona thing as much as we do all the others. This type of research needs to be stopped. And that is a fight that will be more, I can't even explain it to you in words, because it's a spiritual battle unlike any we've ever faced before, because we're talking about the extermination of the human race, but we're also talking about who's really behind this, and it turns out it has a lot to do with creating synthetic environments, transhumanism, cybernetics, basically all the things that you have been very, very cautious and aware of. Well, that has a lot to do with what they're doing with these gain-of-function studies. So I just wanted to let you know. Now, from this point on, in the story here, everything I'm saying from this point on is pre-lockdown, pre-coronavirus, pre-that. This was all done last year and into this year. So it's kind of interesting to think about that while you're listening, that this was not affected in any way by our current situation. The trigger that's been pulled to implement so many dastardly things, politically speaking. So just a little update for you. And again, thanks, and enjoy the book. Now, on with the show. Quote, "Tolerance and apathy are the last virtues of a dying civilization." That's a quote by Aristotle to start things off. Tolerance and apathy are the last virtues of a dying civilization. Oh, great. Of course, two of the legal requirements of personhood in the United States just happen to be tolerance and apathy. So be careful out there. Males are now females, regardless of plumbing, or have imaginarily legally morphed into one of dozens of other personal pronouns, as if a noun, name or title, is somehow a real thing, somehow truth. And you have no choice but to not only tolerate it, but to do so with forced, unrequited, artificially induced, unspiritual apathy. Natural science and the law and laws of nature be damned. It's the legal, man-made law, and nothing could be more anti-Christ. Die, any moral semblance of civilization, die, damn you. But so soon I digress. This is it, programs. If my research here today doesn't clear it up for you, I don't know what will. This is a greatly expounded upon section for this blog taken from a conceptual book proposal I've been working on, and I would ask you to read or listen to this in full. What I lay out here is the answer to your question. I know it's a question that all of you have. It's a question I've had for some time. What exactly is the corporation? But more importantly, what does it mean that my likeness, that your likeness, that is your sameness or your identity, is somehow incorporated therein? In the Matrix movies, this identity, this sameness, was called one's projected self-image. In the legal realm, this is not at all far from the truth, where one's identity or sameness, which is the definition of that word, is turned into a false idol that we worship as if that persona, that mask in the Latin, is the real thing. And so we strive our entire lives to build this idol of identity and status up in the commerce of mammon, in money, in wealth, in gain, at the expense of all others. In other words, we become voluntarily incorporated within the legal realm. But it's not enough to merely speak of the corporate structure just idly, as we have, as incorporated fools without understanding of what that word actually means to us or about us, specifically of governments, religions, and of all legal persons, places, and things we pretend have existence. We must know and understand the effect this process of incorporation has upon each of us on a spiritual, mental, and therefore physical level. We must understand how incorporation drives intent, manufactures consent, and takes away free will. We must come to understand our true nature and how incorporation divides and conquers a man's trinity of mind, body, and soul, or spirit. As we go through, understand that soul is defined as spirit and spirit is defined as soul. They are the same thing. And this is a very important concept we're going to be covering today because the spirit is not something that flies out of your body when you die. The spirit is what drives you. It's what drives your mind, body, and soul, and we'll get into that. We must know the cause of our institutionalized, incorporate, collectivist darkness, and we must learn and understand how to follow, find, and utilize what is called the light in the Bible, while still imaginarily bound in this artificially ordered darkness of ignorance and chaos. Now, when a group of us went to Philadelphia to the so-called Free Your Mind conference, what a joke that was, we we took a tour down into the Philadelphia area and saw all the sites there, founding buildings and all that. And we came upon the Customs House in Philadelphia, where we were at the backside taking pictures of all the strange artwork, which was, of course, the gods of former, the Greek gods, that sort of thing, Roman gods, on the Customs House. And there in the back, of course, it's a government building, and there in the back were some security guards, and we were talking to them, and the one guy had been there a while, the other guy was new. And the other one guy, he talked to us pretty candidly and openly, and his comment was that he wanted to move his family out of there because he knew you could tell that he just understood that there was an evil presence there that he couldn't quite put into words. But this is what he said to us. I have witnesses to back this up, of course, and we all remember it very, very clearly. We remember that trip because of what we saw. The evil that is Philadelphia that I don't know why more people don't see, or maybe they just don't want to see. But he says, you know what the USA, you know what USA really stands for, really means. And we're like, no. And he says, under Satan's authority. And he didn't say that as a joke. He didn't say that even as a colloquialism. It was a serious, yeah. And he talks about packing up and getting his family out of there. And that was very, very, it wasn't just strange. It was very, what's the word? It was like a mind meld. We instantly understood each other. It was a communication on a deeper level. He was not joking. And if you understand that word, Satan, you understand that it means adversary, or the adversary to nature, to God's law and design, including us, including man. So it was a very, 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 very strange thing to behold. This statement, it turns out, was not at all a shock in its connotation as it seems at the time. Satan merely means that which is adversarial to Jehovah and its law. In other words, the legal system invented by man is, in this accurate sense, satanic. But to understand why this is so, the mystery and the shock value attributed to this word Satan by Hollywood entertainment and false religious dogma must be removed from the equation. Man is Satan personified when he acts against God's law. This is not hard to understand or accept when the correct grammar and understanding is applied, and the United States is certainly and verifiably a government that stands over, protects, and enforces the adversarial system that is the order of legal law. System is defined as order, or that which opposes God's law of nature. For all legal persons, places, and things are lies. Legal fictions. Remember, person, place, and thing are nouns. They're names. They're not real. Therefore, though vulgarly spoken, this was indeed a true statement, and by someone that had sat upon the fringes of the inside, watching and protecting that satanic brood and its official commerce in souls. Nevertheless, We were all a bit disturbed as we carried on with our tour of the dark side of Philadelphia. I'm not sure there is a light side, honestly. The light of masonry, I suppose, could be there, which is darkness disguised as light. So who or what is the creator and governor of chaos? Why, that can only be the king of lies. That is, of course, man, Satan personified. The truth is that there is no Satan, there's no adversary to nature and its law without consideration of man. For only that which is adversarial to nature's design and law would seek to gain control through its confusion and defeat. Problem, reaction, solution. 1 Thessalonians 5:3 tells us that for when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction come upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. Well, that pretty much describes us, doesn't it? You know, you got the Vatican promising peace and safety, you've got the United Nations promising peace and safety, and you've got, of course, the members of the United Nations, which is our nation, if I guess we can call it our nation, since we're acting as persons of it, promise us peace and safety. The problem, reaction, solution. The problem is that the natural order and its law reigns supreme and always will, which means all men are created equal, without status. And that's what that means. When the Declaration of Independence and when the Bible speaks of all men being equal, it doesn't mean that we're physically of the same prowess or of the mental state. It means we have no status. There's nothing I can say that makes me more powerful than you. Now, I can overtake you with my strength, but I can't overtake you with my words. That's what that means. My names, my titles. And this is why the Bible is very clear over and over, never respect such flattering titles or names. The reaction, of course, well, they invent a secular order or system designed to foment chaos toward the natural order and law via legal, feudalistic class structure, while disguising it under the beneficial guise of safety and security. Well, there you go. If all men are created equal without status, the reaction would be to control men through status, through personhood, through legal means, through words, in other words. The solution, therefore, is to turn the Christ-like man, the man that lives and follows the law of God, which is Christ personified in the story, the allegory, in the Bible, well, turn man into an adversary of the natural order through agency in the legal system, membership, that is, by convincing man that the secular order is of the source of God and therefore equal in identity, sameness to the natural order. That the identity of chaos is actually the same as the identity of order. And that it's both always been this way and delusionally just the way it is, right? How many times do you hear someone say that? Well, that's just the way it is and it always will be. Parents are classically trained to say that to their children because we ask questions. Why the hell am I doing this strange, unnatural thing? Well, that's just the way it is and always will be. That each of us is literally born into the legal matrix, and therefore each of us have citizenship, that is, rights and duties toward it. Remember, rights are forced upon you. They're not something inherent to you as a person of the United States. You're forced. Your rights are quite bad, actually. They are to be put in pain, punished, taxed, licensed, extorted, exacted, all those things are your rights. You can be killed by the government. That is your right. So you have to understand that. And then, of course, your duties are to fulfill those rights, to allow yourself to go through all those things, and to pay taxes and all that stuff. Nothing good, in other words, actually coming from it, although the appearance of good, the sameness, the identity of good is certainly put upon us. It's good that you work 10 hours and have 2 jobs and sleep 8 hours and play for a few hours a day. It's good. That's the old model, isn't it? That's the Old Testament model of the Jews who came up with that Sabbaton system. Not the Sabbath, but the Sabbaton, which gets confused with the Sabbath. But really what we're talking about is destruction or subversion. Destruction is another word for subversion, ruin, confusion, or as Pink Floyd said, a turning away, the opposite of construction. To subvert is to turn, to overthrow from the foundation, to overturn, to ruin utterly. The northern nations of Europe subverted the Roman Empire. He is the worst enemy of man who endeavors to subvert the Christian religion. He is the worst enemy of man who endeavors to subvert the Christian religion. Why? Because that is the foundation of our law, as we covered last show. And if you haven't seen last show, I highly recommend it so that you can understand that statement. Because it's not just saying that for kicks. The elevation of corrupt men to office will slowly but surely subvert a Republican government. We can take that to the bank, let's just say. This would subvert the principles of all knowledge. To corrupt, to confound, to pervert the mind, and to turn it from the truth. What is truth? Jehovah, God. It's real simple. That's why this system is one of Satan, or Satanism. Satanism is not what you think, folks. It's not this cult group that gets together and worships some symbol. Satanism is anything, any effort to act against the law and laws of nature. To act against God. God is truth. To act against truth. What is the modern corporately denominated church and state but an exercise in subversion? Perverse systems of organized destruction so far removed from their foundations that the truth behind them, or that they sought, is no longer recognizable by those incorporated therein, us, we, not to mention the corrupt politicians. And what are we that follow these institutional constructs of our own spiritual ruination to be judged as, if we don't even understand we've been incorporated therein? Let us discover now the nature of this chaotic structure, this web of spiritually dead corporations, and the legal law that defines and supports it, never forgetting that our individual participation as men of God's nature within this fictional legal matrix is purely voluntary. In fact, it's run on the doctrine of volunteerism, which again, if you look that up, means the doctrine of master and servant. We agree to be the servant. That's what citizenship is, voluntary servitude. We agree to contract the dis-ease of legal personhood, to not be at ease. We consent to abandoning the God of nature and its law. We abandon Christ, the law, the Word, the Son. All mean the same thing. Firstly, for the purposes of this misadventure, we must understand what is chaos and what is its source. Though the answer is in some ways obvious, it must be clarified. Chaos is never that which is of nature, of the structure of the universe, which has been called the design of God, of which includes the law and laws of nature, logos. Remember, these are not mine own opinions, but what I've learned is the backbone of all opposing systems of law. This law of nature, that is, of God, of Jehovah, is not a science. But what true science and all offshoots of so-called sciences, arts, are built upon. Without reality, there would be no fiction. True science is the study of nature as it exists self-evidently without man's interference. True science does not study chaos unless it is studying something purposefully intended or officiously caused by man. All other so-called sciences are referential to the act of practicing some art form, as the science of mathematics, the science of legal or man-made law, or the science of business or banking. These are man-made sciences conducted over man-made causalities using man-made symbology, language, numbers, not existing in or of or belonging to the real. True natural science, the science of studying and understand nature's self-existence, has no application within these artful sciences of men, these inventions. In other words, the term science is used as a flattering title when applied to anything of man, but as a verb, an action, when applied to God's nature. In this way, true science is never opposed to Jehovah, God, but in fact wholly dependent upon and in harmony with its existence. It doesn't try to break or bend the laws of nature, in other words. It studies them. There is no true science without Jehovah, without self-existence, in other words. For what is not of Jehovah is man-made, and therefore not true, not of the source of nature. What man invents requires the laws of nature to be broken. The science of invention has nothing to do with the act of creation, but rather goes against true science in order to cause antagonism against nature's neutral design. And again, this is the simplest form of Satanism. The mystery of that word and the stereotypical devil with red horns and a pitchfork needs to go away so we can actually understand what it means and how we are acting such. Money, for instance, is not measurable in nature, in reality, for it is a manufactured construct of the mind of man with no substance or actual inherent, that is, self-existent value. All the attributes and foundational laws and symbology regarding this monetary art form must therefore be invented by man precisely because they do not exist in nature. They are not self-existent, and thus can never be self-evident. Money, therefore, requires a certain artifice and art form that is colloquially called as a science. In other words, being man-made artificial constructs, these artful sciences of math, banking, business, legal law, man's law, are not part of nature, not part of God, not self-evident, not self-existent, and therefore cannot be studied through any true scientific methodology. Without man, without the man-made construction of these things, these arts would never exist. This differentiation is and must be understood as the most important distinction of the natural order and law that there is. For no legal things, no lies, no fiction, and especially no persons, places, or things, nouns, names, are inherent in nature. Names are not self-existent. Titles like king, president, anything really, are not self-existent in nature. They are not creations of God, regardless of what the church and state tell you. This is to say that the science of what is generally called as mathematics, for instance, is a set of laws, principles, theories, tools, and formulas solely invented by man, having no foundational source in reality. Remember, what is identity is not the actual same. It has to be forced. Another word for art is technology. Reality is not made from numbers. Numbers came after creation. Anything invented by man is, of course, post-creation. Numbers are post-nature, not the building blocks thereof. In other words, when you study nature through numbers, you're not studying nature itself. You're not coming to a true understanding. In other words, you're not coming to an experiential understanding, only an artful one, an artificial one. This is self-evident truth. You can't deny that. In other words, if I create a video game, I'm not creating nature. I'm not creating reality, although I can walk around it in a three-dimensional way. It's obviously not real. Well, the most incredibly advanced science or virtual reality or whatever, any model of the universe is not the universe, although we certainly like to think it is, and that is one of our downfalls. That is actually satanic thought. That is adversarial thought, to think that the symbol is the same as that which it represents. These symbols and their calculated valuations cannot be found as self-existent in nature, meaning numbers are never not man-made. The representation, the idol, the man-made identity of what is real should never in the minds of men be allowed to replace the real as source. In nature, 2 plus 2 does not equal anything, because 2 doesn't exist in and of itself, being a fictionally positive added construct of man. As such, just like numbers, persons, as well, do not exist or have their source in nature, Jehovah. A corporation is an artificial person, a fiction of men. Our whole enslavement to the legal system of men is hinged upon this one false belief that every man is in reality a legal person, that no distinction is made between the real and the identity, that all land carries some title as a legal place, and everything that exists is a legally named thing, the property of a person. Now let's be clear here. Persons are indeed facts. It's a legal fact that I'm acting in person, yes, but they are not truths. It is not a truth that I am acting in person, because persons aren't truths. Therefore, it cannot be truth. And yes, there is a big difference between truth and fact. Facts are man-made, while truths are self-evident, inherent, and need not the invented facts, the opinions, or names, or titles of men to be truths. Facts are always man-made. Truths are always of God, self-existence. God is not a fact, God is a truth. Truth does not need fact to exist, nor does God need man to exist. Likewise, a fact need not be truth to have false legal existence. Self-existence is all that's in nature and under its law, or in other words, in reality, which can be with certainty said to be not man-made. And most importantly, legalism, or any language, holds no self-evident truth. Legalism is only applied to facts, and facts are never truths. A fact may represent a truth, certainly. It may look and be identified as a truth, but a fact is never self-evident, for facts never have existence other than being man-made. That which is man-made is never to be confused with that which is self-made. In other words, the creation of God. God does not create facts, only truths. What is man-made is and can never be, never exist as that which is a self-existent part of nature, or God. I cannot stress enough the importance of this understanding. It is crucial. It is a spiritual awakening, an understanding that is also extremely biblical. But please don't confuse what is biblical with what is of religion. This is, okay, truths are not of religion. Facts can be said to be of religion, not truths. Religion is man-made. In other words, religion worships facts, not truths. Now, here we see that religion is a noun, a name for something. But true religion, which is a verb, an action, means that you're actually worshiping nature. You're actually worshiping truth, because God is truth. Big difference. What is self-evident is not religion, but of Jehovah. And religion is, of course, in all cases, man-made. Religion is, just as the legal system, merely the incorporation of men into a false identity. The incorporation of various denominations, that is, names and flattering titles. Ironically, it's organized religion that causes men to act non-religiously when it comes to the law of God, in other words, to use false doctrine as their excuse not to live in and follow the law of truth, or Jehovah, as exemplified by the story of Christ. Religion is a lame excuse to act immorally, non-spiritually, that is, without soul or spirit, as a legal person under man's law or false doctrine. Right? What does the church promote? It promotes what the state promotes, the legal law of the state. It doesn't promote God's law because God's law is illegal in the state for U.S. citizens, for national citizens. Identity is never source. Identity is always man-made. Identity is a fact. It's never a self-evident truth. This is why we introduce each other to each other. This is why we have to show ID when we're required, because identity is a fact. And most importantly, this is why you can go through identity theft. The one thing that woke me up in this life was going through one of the worst cases of identity theft I've ever heard anybody go through. I had the perfect credit score, the fig from the tree of good and evil, that stupid credit score. FICA. Look up FICA. You'll be surprised it's actually a word and it means fig. Or fig apple, or apple from the tree. It's a concept of man, in other words. Tree of good and evil. To have your identity stolen means that the identity is not your own. It is not self-evident. It is not part. It is purely a legal fact. It is nothing more and nothing less. And if you really want to know, if you really want to understand why I keep saying your person is not your own, why your identity is not you, then go give everybody your personal information and let it be stolen. You will see that your identity can be used by someone else. It is not inherent. It is not your own. Identity is always man-made. Jehovah has no identity. That is key. Truth has no identity. It already exists. It already is what it is. Jehovah, truth, has no identity and can be found in no single place, but is the source and spirit of all places, real places, that is, true existence as one. Jehovah is supreme being. Not the supreme being, but supreme being. Being is a word that is a verb. Existence, being and existence are the same thing. The supreme existence. And when I say that you can't find Jehovah in a single place, but in all places, I simply mean that you should not deify or make more important one place than the other. They are all of God. They are all truth, and therefore they should all places, real places, should be treated as God, as truth. And truth should always be worshipped and protected because it is the source of our existence. So, then, what does this mean? To be incorporated into the identity of government or religion. And religion, because they're, of course, wed. The church and state. Stay tuned, for I assure you the answer will bring enlightenment unlike anything else you've uncovered thus far. It sure did for me. Man is inherent. Man's person, that is, status, reputation, incorporation, and identity, is certainly not inherent. A person cannot receive an autopsy nor have surgery. Only man can. An image, an idol, cannot be touched by the real and cannot receive actual medical care. Fictions, that is, persons, have no health, for they have no life. They aren't real. However, the man playing or acting the part of any fictional persona may indeed be denied such inherent care of his or her body, the real thing, the health, the actual health, because he or she is taken falsely and in vain a legal persona, as bound and therefore in surety to the legal system of some government corporation. In other words, the man was incorporated through personhood. But remember, nothing is real inside the legal matrix. The incorporation I speak of here is figurative. Yet, the effect such a belief in legal fictions has upon our spirit is detrimental to our collective health and well-being. Hospital emergency rooms, within their charters, for instance, must care for all men, because actual charity serves only men, not persons. It does no good to be charitable to a person because persons don't eat. Persons don't exist. There is no charity towards persons, only men, men of God. One cannot feed, clothe, or give shelter to a person, for no person exists in nature to be a recipient of such charitable care. Okay, that would be a business transaction, even if it's non-profit. Thus, citizens of foreign nations get treated in hospital emergency rooms without charge or free, not because they are foreign, not because government hates us and wants to tax us for foreign care or all that crap you hear on TV and between yourselves and on alternative radio, but because there's no such thing as a foreign man under God. Okay, there's no borders. There's nothing like that in reality. There's no states. There's no religions. There's no nationalities. There's nothing. These are all constructs of men. Foreign persons only exist in the legal systems, the incorporations of men. Man is of earth, a self-existent part of Jehovah, of truth, while persons are of the artifice, a mere false measurement of man from the digital perspective of a legal debtor's hell, a municipal corporation, in other words. A district. Most cities, towns, boroughs, counties, states, and the nation are municipal corporations. You can see my documentary, The Corporation Nation, if you don't understand that, or read the vast array of blog entries I've written about the subject. Now this goes back to Rome, where municeps in the Roman law were defined as a provincial person, a countryman. This was the designation of one born in the provinceur, in a city politically connected with Rome, and who, having become a Roman citizen, was entitled to hold any offices at Rome except some of the highest. You can hold office, but you're never going to be president, probably never going to be a congressman, but you'll never be president, I guarantee. Why is that? Because every president has been related to each other in the bloodline of the English kings, English and European royalty. Again, if you don't believe that, I've got all the proof you need on my blog. In the provinces, the term seems to have been applied to the freemen of any city who were eligible to the municipal offices. Remember, freemen, okay, that's not the same as a free man. No, freeman is a word that means, remember, free means franchise. So a better way of saying that would be the franchise men of any city. In other words, the legal entities of any city. You're not actually free because you're of the city, not of God. You're under the municipal law. You're under Rome. You're under Caesar. Caesar just means district. District is what Washington, D.C. is, where the United States government is housed, is seated, as they say. To be municipal signifies that which belongs to a corporation or a city. Well, we've been all but entrained to believe we belong to a city. When someone asks where you're from, you certainly don't say Earth or God, do you? No, you say Chicago or Sacramento or this small town, which is a city, a corporation, right? So in other words, you're so incorporated that you identify yourself as part of a freaking corporation. Do you think Sacramento exists self-evidently? Do you think Sacramento existed 500 years ago? No. It's a municipal corporation created by man. And if you identify yourself as coming from that municipal corporation, you're already dead. The spirit is gone. You're dead. You're not of God. You're under the law of man. The term includes the rules or laws by which a particular district, community, or nation is governed. That's obviously not God's law, is it? And used to take no other doctrine, so obviously we have a problem. Do you understand now that this is Satanism when the mystery is taken away from that word? When all the false narrative is taken away? Anything that drives you from God's law is, therefore, satanic. The word itself should not hold so much mystery. It may also mean local, particular, independent, municipal. In one of its meanings is used in opposition to international, which means law of nations, by the way, and denotes that which pertains or belongs properly to an individual state or separate community, as distinguished from that which is common to or observed between all nations, etc., etc. For the typical ignorant United States citizenship, as most of us are, this sounds almost like a good thing. Yet the Constitution of the United States is clear. The nation, as a corporation, is under international law, law of nations. So what does that mean for we, the lonely municeps? We're not the people. We're municeps. It means we are not protected by constitutions, by international law, and are not parties to the Constitution. U.S. citizenships are property of, fictional inventions of. In other words, persons are property of the United States Corporation, not free people or states in compact. Slaves, that is property, hold no such inherent rights as are protected by international law, and U.S. persons certainly are not protected in any way by the Constitution. And I want to be clear here, because this is very important to what we're talking about, and you'll understand. The Constitution only protects inherent, that is, God-given rights. It does not protect any right given to you by government, and for persons of the United States, which are inventions, property of the United States, all rights are bestowed by government. No right bestowed by government is guaranteed by the Constitution. It only protects God-given rights, not government-given rights. Now, if you can't understand that, because you hear all the time this patriot radio, all these fallacies about how we are the people, when we're not the states, right? We're not the people under the Constitution. We didn't create the Constitution. We're not of the bloodline, or we haven't declared it. So no, we're not the people. Again, I've written extensively on that. Ask yourself why the people, that is the state, or the people of the state, can sue you if you're the people. Yeah, see, it doesn't work, does it? Again, it's not you that is property, but the person, the identity, the status, this false thing you're pretending to be. That which is of, meaning belonging to, the legal matrix, is bound by the law of the legal matrix, no differently than an avatar or game piece or video game character has no existence or identity outside its host game, the jurisdiction of the game, the artificial man-made realm. If this is news to you, then you've got a lot of catching up to do. A lot of waking up. Hospitals can only legally attempt to charge citizens, persons, of its own nation of incorporation as a business, while as a charity it must serve all men regardless of status and ability to pay. This is because men may hold no legal fictional charge. Only a legal person can be charged with debt. They cannot charge men, only persons. And if men are acting as persons, then men are responsible for the person, and men therefore must pay the debt in person. To break that down further, it's perhaps easier to understand that while persons without exception have a legal name, men do not. Men are not born with any name or title, meaning names are never inherent upon anything in nature. Names are never truth. I am not my name. Only the name, the person, can be charged in monetary valuation and debt. And so the hospital tries desperately to acquire a false identity from each man, meaning that hospitals seek to make a commercial transaction out of a charitable event. They count on the fact that you have agreed to be a bond and surety to the person. Therefore, when the person is charged, you've agreed as surety to pay the charge. Whether that's through money or through time in jail, because money is time and time is money. The man that claims to be or identifies as a person becomes a debtor to the credit extended to the person, namely the nation it was birthed by or incorporated in. Birth is not a term of nature. No man is birthed. Ships are birthed. Notice the spelling, B-E-R-T-H, from sea into dock. So a ship comes into the dock from the sea, and it's called a berth. And the ship receives a certificate of that berth, a receipt of docking, a receipt of coming upon the legal jurisdiction of the land. Remember, every term of nature has been duplicated and reinvented in a legal form to serve the devils, the attorneys. That is, to name all of reality as something fictional. All words have a dualistic meaning, applying to either what is real or what is artificial. Context is everything. So, let's go to this word birth. Birth is a reference to birth, B-E-R-T-H. Latin partus, or pario, to bear, the act of coming into life or being born. Now, let's stop right there. Life, when you define the term life, that is also, again, not a single term. It has multiple definitions. A contract, for instance, comes into life the second it is signed, and it dies It has death the second it is signed as a death certificate. So when we get a birth certificate, the person comes to life. The fiction comes to artificial life. So do not take these words as self-evident words unless they are expressed as such. The act of coming into life, in other words, existence, or being born. Okay? No, wait a minute. The act of coming into life or of being born. Well, I thought we had to be born to come into life. Well, no, because life is defined several different ways. Contracts aren't born. Persons aren't born. They're birthed. Except in poetry, it is generally applied to human beings as the birth of a son. Lineage, extraction, descent as Grecian birth. It is used of high or low extraction, but is often used by way of distinction for a descent from noble or honorable parents and ancestors as a man of birth. Now, what is this saying? It's saying that the reason that the word is used is not to say necessarily that a life, a man of God is born, but to track genealogy, to track lineage, to assign coats of arms, etc. Well, we're way past that. We abandoned that long ago and became persons of the United States, and therefore we fall under the next one, which is the condition in which a person is born. Well, what do they say in America? We're all born equal, right? Well, yeah, persons of low birth are certainly equal, meaning that they are completely bound and punishable by law equally. That which is born, that which is produced, whether animal or vegetable. The act of bringing forth. Well, anything can be brought forth from nothingness, right? That's what fiction is. But it can also be applied to children, as she had 2 children at birth. In the theological sense, regeneration is called the new birth. What we say, being born again, right? Well, what that really means is to be born again into God's nature, into truth and its law. Okay, so there's another form of birth, a metaphoric one, a spiritual one. Origin, beginning. As the birth of an empire. Well, is an empire birthed out of a womb? Of course not. This is why we have to take these words by their dualistic meaning, and we can never confuse the two, because again, what is chaos but confusion? We live in legal-induced chaos, confusion about every word, because every word has dualistic meanings. Every word has a true meaning, a natural meaning, something referencing that holds no legal weight, and then every word has the same meaning in legal, which is the opposite. It refers to something, a name, a place, a thing, a noun, a name, that is the legal rendition or the legal recreation of the real. Now again, birth and birth are pretty much the same. Birth, when it comes to inanimate things, we're talking about the word B-E-R-T-H, from the root of to bear, again, a station in which a ship resides at anchor, comprehending the space in which she ranges. Now think about that for a moment. You're birthed into the United States. You get your birth certificate, right? Well, you're like a ship that is basically anchored. You're a commercial vessel, in other words, a ship, and you're stuck. You're forced to stay within a border, a space, a jurisdiction, and range or commit commerce, right? It's the same thing. The point is you're anchored by this person that was birthed into the United States. Not into the States, but into the United States, which is a corporation outside of the States. In more familiar usage, the word signifies any situation or place where a vessel lies or can lie. Well, again, in other words, jurisdiction of person, whether at anchor or at wharf. So as a man of God, you're basically free, right? You can go anywhere as a peaceful sojourner, but as a person, you're anchored, you're at dock, you've parked, and you've you've rented a vehicle, a commercial vessel, and you're under the municipal law. A room or apartment in a ship where a number of officers or men mess and reside. There's an important word. If you're birthed, you're only residing. You don't own anything, right? You don't have domicile. You're simply a resident, and that is exactly what it says the birth certificate creates. A resident of the state, but a citizen of the nation. And a citizen of the nation is not a citizen of the state. A true citizen, that is. The box or place for sleeping at the sides of a cabin, a place for a hammock, etc., to allot each man a place for his hammock. That's essentially the same thing as being a United States citizen. So let's break this down, shall we? A person is an artificial vessel of commerce. A United States citizenship person is anchored to the public federal areas, legal borders of the 50 states, which are part of the jurisdictional districting of Washington, D.C., the place of their birth. This lowest class of citizenship that we inhabit is commercially contained in the legal vessel, the ship, the person, is allowed residence in each state, but not domicile. All persons are of or belonging to the United States corporation, not the individual or several states. Remember, state means people. You're not one of the people of the private states. You're not on the land of the actual states. You're in the public areas. All citizens, all U.S. citizenships are foreigners in all the 50 states, being birthed, that is, registered in Washington, D.C., and the nation. These birth certificates, which are receipts of delivery, of abandonment, that is, are printed in official sealed banknotes verifying proof of purchase. And purchase just means conquer. Okay? You don't have to purchase anything with money. To purchase is to conquer. To deliver is to abandon the rights of property. When I buy something and it gets delivered to me, that store no longer owns that property. I do. So, in other words, paternity. When you're talking about the property of you having property over your children, you're talking about paternity. And the word purchase, well, brace yourself. Purchase, the word is of the root of chase. Purchaser is to pursue to the end or object, and hence to obtain. Now, in other dictionaries, the word conquer is used because it's reference to war or just general violence. Okay, in law Latin, purchase, the noun, as written as purchaseum. Purchase is a noun. You're a purchase. When your parents abandon you, you have become a purchase. The legal use of the word in obtaining writs shows best its true origin. To purchase a writ or to sue out a writ, that is, to seek it out, forsue, seek, and Latin sequor, are all of the same origin and synonymous with chase. Now, when we define the word chase in law, it is you could say it's a ground. For instance, when we drive cattle or pursue cattle with a certain purpose, we call it a chase. And the land in which the cattle are chased upon is also called a chase. So a chase in law is literally a place to hold property, essentially. In its primary and legal sense means to gain, obtain, or acquire by any means, except by descent and hereditary right. Now, that's very important. To obtain or acquire, to conquer anything by any means except by blood. Now, how many times have I told you, when you're private, when you're part of that royalty, right, their bloodline is everything. They have the hereditary right. That is why the queen is the queen and the king is the king, and everybody's under them waiting to get the crown if the king dies. They have the blood right. Right? This type of law that we're talking about is not that kind of law. Again, the Constitution protects blood. It doesn't protect legal persons. Legal persons are its own creation, and therefore it, the United States, is the God of persons, the magistrate. In common usage, to buy, to obtain property by paying an equivalent in money, or what is secured, given or secured by money. To obtain by an expense of labor. What do they call it? When you have a child, you go through labor. It also means to draw in, etc. In law, the act of purchasing is the obtaining or acquiring the title to lands and tenements by money, deed, gift, or any means, except by descent. Now, no one is ever going to question that by descent, your child is your own. Your property, in other words, it is a property of you. It comes from you, just like you come from God. No one is ever going to question that. What does it say? Obtaining or acquiring the title to your child, your tenement, essentially, your property, by money, deed, gift, or any other means, except by descent. So no one's ever going to challenge you that it's your child. What they are going to challenge you is that, hey, you abandoned your child. It was purchased from you. Okay, that's what it means to go to the delivery room, to deliver a child in labor. And the most important word here is deed. And we'll get to that in a moment. The acquisition of lands and tenements by a man's own act or agreement. You did it, folks. You're the ones that signed over your children to the state, creating a legal person and agreeing that the child will be surety to that, and then, sending your child to public school to learn how to be a good little citizenship slave, so that by the time of consent, by the age of consent, by the time he confirms and ratifies, he's so brainwashed that he is that identity. After all the years that you've done it to him, and you've allowed him to be brainwashed, that he instantly, the day he turns 18, he gets his proof of identity and says, thank God I'm 18 so I get the hell out of this house and go live on my own as a good little citizen. You see, he doesn't know. He doesn't know because you've never been told, and therefore, how can you possibly tell him, hey, look, I made a mistake. You don't actually have to, at the age of consent, continue in this personhood because I did it to you. I abandoned you at such an early age. I tricked you into becoming a ward of the state at such an early age that it's not upholdable by law. If you just learn God's law, you can be free. You don't have to accept, you don't have to continue to use the identification because it was never legitimate in the first place. You make it legitimate after the age of consent. You conform, you consent, you start using, and use is the highest form of consent. You don't need to sign anything, you just need to use the name, the number, the identity. If anything is ever going to change, it's us that's going to have to tell our children that this has happened, that they need not continue in this contractual obligation. In common usage, to purchase is simply the acquisition of the title or property of anything by rendering an equivalent in money. Now, this goes back to rendering back to Caesar, back to the nation, the district, the municipal corporation. What is Caesar's? What is Caesar's? Everything artificial that makes you fall under Caesar's law. What is the property of the United States? The acquisition, the title, or property of anything by rendering an equivalent in money. Folks, money can be anything, okay? Your child is considered as money. Render back that identity to Caesar. You're not the identity that Caesar tells you. You're not the identity that is on that birth certificate. That is an absolutely 100% completely separate entity, a legal person that is not you. It is not your child. It is not the President of the United States. It doesn't exist, but it has existence, fictional existence, and takes the place of the real because we believe in it. We love it. We use it. We pretend we are it. And that's why we're in so much trouble. And that's why we're bound to a law that is not of God, but of man. The legal law. It is foolish to lay out money in the purchase of repentance. That's a very important statement because most religions out there are those prosperity preaching type of religions where they tell you and actually convince you that you can pray for money, right? Even though the Bible says you have a choice, God or mammon, you can't have both. They're going to tell you to pray for mammon? Pray to mammon for money? You don't pray to God for money, for God's sake. Money is against the law of God, law of nature. It's fiction. It's pure evil. It's the root of all evil, and you're going to pray for it? You're going to hope for it? Don't you understand that money is what destroys all men? Because with money comes false valuation, mammon. With money comes debt. With the use of money comes belief in its realness, in its false valuation as real. With it comes slavery. I don't care how much of it you have, it's not yours. It's property of government and you're using it. Therefore, you're bound by its law. You're using the devil, you're using mammon, and therefore you're bound by the law of the devil, the law of mammon. That is so important. And that's why it says here, it is foolish to lay out money in the purchase of repentance. You can't repent if you're wealthy. It's impossible because you're holding on to something that others need. That's evil. That's antichrist. All of this is self-evident. All this is obvious. You may disagree with it because you have wealth, or even if you don't have wealth and you seek it like nothing else. You cannot say this is not truth. You don't have to follow the truth, obviously. You've been given that choice, that free will. And you've obviously, with or without understanding, have chosen money, mammon, over God. I understand we all have. I'm not here to judge, just to tell you the truth. I'm just here as a messenger, that's it. Nothing else. Don't attack the messenger. That which is purchased, anything of which the property is obtained by giving an equivalence price in money. Okay, again, I want you to consider that money is anything that you attach a valuation to that is not real. Money can be anything. It can be rocks, stones. It can be gems. It can be people, slaves, children. As long as you can be convinced to put a valuation in mammon upon anything, instead of considering it as that which is of God, which means priceless. Everything in nature, everything real is priceless. It cannot be sold unless you can be convinced that it has value in that which is not of God. Satanism, you see? Adversarialness. Take the mystery away and you understand how we're all acting in Satanism, how I'm acting in it. I'm, again, not here to judge. I'm simply understanding my place in this world and just trying to figure out for all of us how to get the fuck out of it. Obviously, money is a big problem. That which is obtained by labor, danger, and danger actually means jurisdiction, just so you know, and art, etc. Now, formally, and it's always important to understand what the word meant formally. For instance, grocery used to mean a high misdemeanor in crime where you were hoarding goods and selling them at outrageous prices, which is now normal, and we call it our friendly neighborhood grocer. Well, formally, robbery was purchase, the thing stolen, right? So if you think about money and what it does, or credit specifically, any form of money, it is theft, right? Because I should say it's more like trickery. And trickery and theft or robbery are very, very similar things. If I'm giving you something like money that actually in reality has no value whatsoever, and I'm giving it to you in exchange for something that is real, or is priceless, I should say, well then I'm robbing you. I'm robbing you of your dignity. I'm robbing you. I'm taking advantage of your ignorance. I'm doing everything I can to trick you into taking nothing for something. So it is robbery. It's just that you have to really and truly understand these words to know why. What's behind it all. To understand why it is robbery. Why grocery is a crime. Why usury is a crime. Instead of how it's been normalized into speech today. Why the word prestigious is applied to every Ivy League college, and yet prestige means trickery and deceit. Why has prestige or magic tricks, right? That's where prestige comes from, magic. Why is that applied to universities? because they're completely and utterly bullshit. They are not what they seem to be. They're rated by their prestige. And if you understand that word in its true meaning, not its modern legal usage, not the trick language, but the real thing, then you understand under no circumstances should you be attending such places, such things, and paying the artificial mammon for them. They're not going to teach you anything of God, is the point. And that includes seminaries. Two important facts here. Firstly, the word danger means jurisdiction in legalism. Secondly, the birth certificate for the person you pretend to be is housed in the legal office of recorded deeds. Remember what it said up there? The act of obtaining or acquiring the title to the lands or tenements, properties, in other words, by money, deed, gift, or by any means. Well, what is the birth certificate? It's a deed. The Register of Deeds office is the official steward of birth records for Orange County. The Orange County Register of Deeds only has birth records for persons born, that is birthed, in Orange County. Birth certificates for births occurring in Guilford County are issued at the Guilford County Register of Deeds office. Do you understand now how you allowed your child to be purchased? And that you have a receipt for that purchase called a birth certificate. What is a deed? Well, to deed something in the verb sense is to convey or transfer by deed. Sorry, folks. Again, I'm just the messenger here, just trying to get the truth to you. I want you to feel bad about this, don't get me wrong. I want you to be angry and pissed off because we're at war, not only with ourselves, but with, as the Bible says, principalities, municipal corporations, men who take titles. That's what we're at war with. And they've tricked you into abandoning your child. Why shouldn't you be absolutely fucking pissed off? But see, you're not. And it really disturbs me that you're not. But hey, let's just continue here. What does it mean to deliver? To free. To release from restraint. To set at liberty. What are you doing when you deliver your child? Well, I'm letting it free from my womb. No. Because child is a legal term, folks. What happens to the child? The fact that you call it a child means that you've acknowledged that it's a legal entity, or that it can be surety as a legal entity. To deliver one from captivity, to rescue, to save. Deliver me, O God, from the land of the wicked. To give or to transfer. To put into another's hand or power. To commit, to pass from one to another. That's deliver, folks. Are you starting to see what you've done and what your parents have done to you and what their parents did to you since about the late 1800s? Since this birth process has begun, and it is a worldwide phenomenon because they want us all into the United Nations. They want us out of the land and into the nation, into the fiction, into the Caesar, the districts. So we say to deliver goods to a carrier, to deliver a letter, to deliver possession of an estate. What are you doing when you say, this is my child, I give it to you in delivery and abandonment? You're delivering the possession of your estate. Your estate is no longer going to that child because his blood is no longer recognized as yours. It's a person. You have no blood heir left, which is why your estate goes into probate if you die. And why they take inheritance tax. And why they do all these things. Because there's no one to inherit it. Yes, the law will still protect the child, the legal child, as your heir. But not by blood, by will. You see, by blood, it's automatic, it's inherent, it's self-evident. But legal persons have no blood. And you've created that legal person, and you've passed From one to another, you've transferred the estate. You've transferred the blood right of that child to the state. In return, the child becomes a ward of the state, etc., etc., etc. Gets rights and benefits and obligations. To surrender, to yield, to give up, to resign. What are you resigning? Your paternity. To deliver a fortress to an enemy. To surrender. It is often followed by up. To deliver up the city. To deliver up stolen goods. To disburden of a child. To deliver over, to transfer, to give or pass from one to another. To disburden of a child. It's right there, folks. What does it mean to deliver a child? Well, that means that I'm no longer going through the pain of delivery, not delivery of birth. Oh no, not birth. These are all legal terms. You see how the language has been utterly stolen into the legal realm, so that when you say the words, you have no idea that you're speaking legally. You think that you're speaking of something real, and you're not. The state is taking the child, which you're saying is a burden. That you're not self-governing. You're not able. A slave is not able to possess property. And so the children of slaves were property of the master. It's the same thing, except in this case, you're a voluntary slave and you're voluntarily delivering the child. To surrender or resign, to put into another's power, to commit to the discretion of, to abandon to. Now the Bible, of course, a prayer to God is to deliver me not over to the will of my enemies. And yet here the state, the nations, have created this birth certificate process which is deliberately meant to deliver you to the will of your enemy, to satanic forces, to that which is against and opposed to God. Are you starting to understand now what has happened to you and what you've done to your own children if you've had them? One of the great joys I get are from the very few people out there who do understand this and have written to me and thanked me and also said, what the hell do I do now? They say, I didn't register my child. I didn't deliver it to the state. I didn't deliver it to Caesar. And now they're asking me for this and that, and I don't know what to do. And it would be a hell of a lot easier just to register the thing and give it up, deliver it, abandon it to the state. And you know what I say? I say, do as thou wilt, because that is what Satanists do. If you don't have the strength, the will to keep your own child free, your own baby, your own offspring free from the system that enslaves you, well then, you know what? I'm sorry. You don't have time? Is that what it is? You don't have time to take care of your own child? Well, that's what the state wants to happen. You're not responsible enough. That's what the state wants from you, so that you'll surrender it. Do you not understand? Well, I'm in pursuit of mammon, and therefore I need money, and I want to live a little wealthier, and therefore see, all these are excuses to deliver upon the state the rights to your own child. I don't know what to tell you, folks, but I do want to commend those that have done the right thing. Not just the right thing, the spiritual thing, the godly thing, even despite your own disposition. I commend you. Now, with delivery comes a certificate, a receipt. In other words, to give a certificate, to lodge a certificate with a proper officer for the purpose of being exempted from the payment of taxes to support the ministry in a parish or ecclesiastical society. Number 2, to give certificate to acknowledging one to be a parishioner. But such certified person can gain no settlement. You can't have land, folks. You can mortgage, dead pledge, right? You can do all these different things, but you'll never be a landholder because you're not part of the state, the actual private state where private land can be, and you are not in domicile in the state, you're on the public lands, you cannot have settlement. You can have residence. That's it. Residence is never permanent. I'll just put it to you that way. Domicile, that's where you're from. That's where you would go if you were kicked out of any other place. But residence? No, there's no permanent resident. They call it permanent resident. Yes, absolutely. But that's because they're domiciled somewhere else. To give permanent residency in legal means the life of the person, but they can take away your person at any time. You see the difference? See how they've taken that word and they've altered it. They say you're a permanent resident because you're foreigner. You're now a permanent resident. You're not domiciled. You're not here because you have some blood right to be here. No. You're permanent in the fact that you don't have to any longer do something as a temporary resident, right? But that doesn't make you a permanent part of the land. It makes you a permanent part of the legal system, which is fiction. You really haven't gained anything except the right to give up all rights and take rights of the state, of the legal government. That's what you've done. That's what permanence is in legal. Because there is nothing permanent about that which is not real. What is man-made is never permanent. That's very biblical. What man creates will never, ever be of the permanence of nature, because it is not self-evident, it does not renew itself, etc., etc. These are basic things that have been taken. The spiritual knowledge has been stolen from us. To certify is to testify. Well, that's why they call you the informer. You're testifying in writing that you're abandoning your child. You're making a declaration under hand or seal. That's why your birth certificate has a seal on it, to make known or establish a fact, to give certain information to. Right? So you're getting the receipt that you informed. It's applied to persons. You do so in persona. A person certifying another person to give certain information of applied to things. Right? Why applied to things? Well, that's the word res. In resident, res means thing. Did you know that? That's why it's resident. You're a thing. A thing is a property. A thing is not real. It's not inherent to the land. It's something that is a property of the land. It is not part of the land, but something owned either by or of the land. So, to give certain information to apply to things, why would they call you a thing? Well, they're not. They're saying that the property, the chattel part of the person is a thing to be traded, a thing to be owned as property. And at the end it says, I certify you of the fact. Oh, well, there you go. Persons are facts, right? They're not real. They're not truth. So you're certifying the fact that you're abandoning this child and that it's a ward of the state. So what is the informer? Why do you, when you sign that birth certificate, that I should say not the certificate itself, but the application, the request for certification, you sign as the informer. Sometimes that's not the case, but for the most part, that's what all birth certificates say. One who animates, informs, or gives intelligence. In other words, information. Not truth, not knowledge, just facts. One who communicates. Another word for communication is what? Commerce, intercourse, or whose duty it is to communicate to a magistrate a knowledge of the violation of law and bring the offenders to trial. Well, essentially, that's what you're doing. You're not responsible. You're not self-governing. You shouldn't be having a child. And if you do, well, it's really kind of a violation, and you should be changing it over and certifying it to be a ward of the state. And that's why you're called the informer, because you're filling out the vital statistics, the artificial identity of the child. Without you, it's usually the mother who's the informant. Without the informer, the transaction can't happen. It's as simple as that. Communication. The act of imparting, conferring, or delivering from one to another as the communication of knowledge, opinions, or facts. Intercourse by words, letters, or messages. See, everything you do is commerce. Intercourse just means commerce. Every word you speak is, one, required to be legal in its origin because you are a legal person of the United States. You're acting as such, and it's expected that you are acting as such 100% of the time, which is why you're always covered by the insurances and protections and safeties, right? That which will destroy us. That's why you're always considered to be in person at all times. You can't pick and choose. You either are or you are not. You're either in or out. There is no lukewarm, just like there's no lukewarm, as Jesus said. You cannot be of God and of fiction, of mammon. You just can't. You cannot be both. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people have told you otherwise, trying to sell you their paperwork and all this crap out there in the alternative movement, but no, there's no such thing. Just doesn't work that way. You cannot be in and out at the same time. Intercourse by words. Commerce by words, letters, or messages. Interchange of thoughts or opinions by conference or other means. Let your communication be yes and no, as the Bible says in Matthew 5:37. That's very important. There really is either yes or no, right? There is real or false. That's really what that's saying. Yes to the truth and no to what is not truth. Don't fool around with all this other communication. Now remember, the whole point of this presentation is that your ability to say no has been taken away. That you're in causality. Your choice is gone once you take up the person. So you don't have the right to say no to a lot of things. That's very important. Once the right to say no is taken away, you are no longer free. That is the number one thing you know, that you're not free if you can't say no. Connecting passage, means of passing from place to place. So in other words, passing from the real to the fiction. As a strait or channel between sea or lakes, a road between cities or countries, etc. That which is communicated or imparted, i.e. information, by the informer, etc. Commerce. In general, an interchange or mutual change of goods, wares, productions, or property of any kind between nations or individuals, either by barter or by purchase. That's right, purchase and sale, trade, traffic. Commerce is foreign or inland, it says. Now remember what that means. If I'm doing commerce within the state, I'm doing it privately. If I'm doing it outside of the state, or state to state, or whatever, I'm doing foreign commerce. Wait a minute. So that means that every state, in other words, is foreign to each other, and the United States is foreign to all states. So if I'm doing business with the United States, guess what? I'm in foreign commerce, which puts me in the law of the United States. And this is why private men of the states do not do interstate commerce, foreign commerce, unless they create a trust or some other form of fiction that they create that's not part of the United States, and they do it through that. Maybe it's an import-export company that they do their business through so that it doesn't come back on them, so that they can remain private. And if something happens, guess who gets in trouble? The corporation, the limited liability corporation. They say, well, I wash my hands of that and I'm scot-free. That's how things work. That is why persons should not be respected, because it allows private men to do really, really fucking bad things by pretending they are persons, corporations. That's why the Bible says no, absolutely not. Do not ever respect persons, i.e. corporations of any kind. No incorporation whatsoever for anyone or anything. Period. End of story. That is the law. In other words, the language of legalese is designed to take real, sincere language, the language of truth. In other words, when you look at something, you truly look at it as a priceless thing of God. To take what is of nature, to take even the emotions of love and everything else, and to put them into a commercial language, basically to put you in business the whole time, to put you in this strange commerce, this intercourse. The language is designed to take everything that you see and put a false name, a false value upon it so that it gets transferred into the legal realm. And if you can be convinced that everything has a legal name, an identity, which is just a word, a name, a title, everything is a person, place, or thing, meaning something that is like you, a person, or a corporation, something that is a place, a jurisdiction, a city, a municipal corporation, or a thing which is essentially a chattel property, a hereditament, or whatever you want to call it, which is basically a property, taking it out of nature and putting everything into a legal thing, a property. That's how we are defeated. That is how we are conquered. The name, the identity. I can't stress this enough. I can't possibly say it in any... I wish I could find the right terms, right? To speak this so that this is fully understood, because it has to be fully understood. And there has to be a time where the spiritual awakening we have is so guarded against this. Again, it's war. It's a war of words. Civil war is said to be a war of words, right? Civil war, civil law, war. So you have to get to the point where you never look at anything legally. That's the only way to be free. That you never look at the matrix and see what they want you to see, which is this false value, this identity, this sameness. Yes, that is a tree, but somehow that tree is property of government, or property of this person, or property of this corporation, or this municipal entity. These things that don't actually exist, and yet we believe in them. You see, this is the crossover. This is the point of spiritual awakening, when you no longer see things as persons, places, or things, as property, as that which they are not. You no longer see the symbol for the real in place of the real. You never see the representation, the mask, the persona. You see the real deal. And you speak of what is real in a language that is sincere, that never refers to such artificial things, constructs, titles, names, numbers. In other words, you're never referring to the mark of a beast. You're never referring to the signs and symbols that create identity, that create false recognition and valuation. Now, I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to make people see through spiritual eyes, right? I don't know how to tell you that in words, but I'm doing the best I can. We talk about commerce. Anything you do as a person is commerce, including what is called intercourse. Yes, your sexual intercourse is considered commerce because it is part of the labor that creates the issue, the offspring, that is then forced into this system, or trafficked, carried in trade to the nation. You know, keep in mind, too, that all these people that you listen to on the radio out there, including myself for a time long ago, they're very sincere in their belief that the Constitution applies to them. They're very sincere that they think they are the people when they are not. We are not. Citizens of the United States are not the people. We're not Americans. We don't exist in what is called America. That is not how it works. Because America is the land, and we're on a monopoly board set over that land. A jurisdiction, a piece of cellophane that wraps the whole entire trueness of anything. We live in pure fiction. And so these people out there, they're correct, or they would be correct if they were the people. But then if they were the people, they wouldn't be confused. You see, it's a catch-22. I wouldn't be sitting here telling you this stuff if I was one of them, because it's the trade secret. So you got a bunch of people who believe that they are those private people of the states, who believe that the Constitution has anything to do with them, who believe that they're citizens of the state and not just the nation, who believe that they actually, when they get a title, that they actually own the thing that is associated with that title, the real thing that's associated with the title. And there is a sincerity in the bullshit. That's the problem. There is a true patriotic fervor behind a lot of these people who again, want to, the goal is the same. It's just without understanding of our position, our disposition from that, we cannot possibly ever get back to that, or better, go to God. Go back to nature. Be born again into the law of nature under God. We cannot do that unless we see what has been done to us. And so there is truth, if you will, fact, I should say, behind a lot of what people say out there in the alternative patriot movement. But most of it is fallacious because of this one thing. We've been taken out of that and put into a different system. The same exact thing as the Matrix. We believe we're in the real, but we're in a simulation, a hypocrisy. We are in something that doesn't exist, but we believe it is existence, and therefore we believe the rules of existence apply to us. In other words, we believe that God-given things apply to us, even though we're acting as fictions. We believe that God-given rights and attributes apply to Monopoly pieces, to the avatars, to the things that you use to represent you in the game. It's just not true. Once you have this understanding of your disposition, dis meaning bad or evil, disposition, that's why Dante, one of the names of the devil in Dante's Inferno is dis-ease, disguise, this. It's always a bad word. It's always an evil. Or, if you will, satanic. Adversarial. So our disposition, our bad position, like being in this simulated reality, we can't see things for what they are. We have a religious belief, a patriotic belief about the way things should be, and it would be true if we were actually part of those quote-unquote people or private states that formed their constitution for themselves. They didn't form it for anybody else, though. They didn't form it for us. We're the lowest class that they created after the fact. We are not any part of the states, and that's the most important thing to understand. That's why the Constitution doesn't apply to us, because we're in federal areas at all time. We are always in federal commerce or interstate commerce, foreign commerce to any state. Therefore, we are not one of those states or people. And I don't know how many different ways I can say the same thing. If you don't understand, I don't know what to say. All I can say is that we're very disillusioned, and that the entire system of education, of Hollywood entertainment, of religion is designed to keep you dumb, to keep you in the simulation, to never allow you to actually worship God, and instead act in idolatry. The person self-identified in identity as the mother, usually listed as the informer, upon her own child's birth certificate, gives intelligence, symbolic information called vital statistics, to the state, in other words, the corporation, the magistracy. Right? Remember, magistracy, the magistrate is another word for God or false god. And that includes anyone with power over you is your god, your judge, your mayor, your whoever. For the purposes of communication, commerce, in other words, delivery of commercial property. Yes, your child, the person created on behalf of your child becomes commercial property. The child becomes surety for that property, and therefore, like the puppet controlling the master, the person controls the man, the child. And again, goes through confirmation in the age of consent and continues using that which is another's property and therefore falls under the law of another. A false doctrine. And what is citizenship to any nation but a trial, right? As I said above, a trial put upon spiritually driven men to overcome. That's what citizenship in the United States, hell, that's what high school is. If you get out of high school without dropping out or freaking killing yourself, you've passed. Doesn't matter what grade you get. Grade is just a degree of crime as it's defined. The degree of how well you consent and conform. As long as you get through it is the point. Well, same thing with this. Except, see, citizenship, that is secular life, if you will, spiritually dead life, is set up so that you pass it. You pass the trial. You graduate into spirituality, or you stay within it, and you might make a fortune. You're going to be miserable, but you're going to make a fortune. You might be poor. You'll be miserable. No matter what, you're going to be miserable. You're never going to be free, and you're going to know that. Whether you're the stupidest person around or not, you know you're not free. You have that understanding deep, deep within. You know something's wrong. You look around and you see everything is wrong. You see people suffering and you know it's not right. You know you should do something about it, but you don't because it's illegal. An apprenticeship is what they actually call it. So your child becomes an apprentice, basically. And the state is responsible for what? Education, right? Just like a blacksmith is responsible for teaching the indentured servant his trade in an apprenticeship, so too is the government required to educate and provide quote-unquote welfare for the ward of the state, the child. An apprenticeship practice within an open-air legal prison, and the jurisdiction, in other words, for wards of the state, that is the magistracy. What is personhood? Status in society, but intercourse between agents, that is, users of persons, and principals, which are the lords, the gods of commerce, of persons, between men acting in agency under bond and surety for their chosen masters, which are, of course, false gods, the ones warned about, because we accept their title as magistrate. Until we graduate from this lowest possible class of citizenship, the answer is that common citizenship is voluntary servitude, that is, voluntary slavery. And yes, that is perfectly legal. The 13th Amendment makes it so. And the 14th Amendment establishes that citizenship as a thing. And yes, while involuntary slavery and servitude was abolished, voluntary slavery and servitude was never abolished by the 13th Amendment or any other law. In fact, the word emancipation means to enfranchise a man into a corporation. That's literally the legal definition of emancipation, to enfranchise a man into a corporation. In other words, assign him personhood. A citizenship of the United States is a voluntary servant that, if convicted of a crime, as the 13th Amendment said, is turned into an involuntary slave in prison, because that's what the 13th Amendment says. In other words, slavery was not abolished, it was nationalized. And all lower-class men, regardless of skin color, became volunteers in servitude to the United States, a corporation in Washington, D.C., not to be confused with the legitimate government of the constituted states, that is, people, as enumerated in the Constitution, united in compact to protect one another in danger. Remember, danger is commerce, jurisdiction, etc. Simply stated, United States citizenships are not Americans and are not parties to the Constitution because the United States sits in its own district outside or foreign to the 50 states united, the people, in other words, and the Constitution is only protective for those private, several people of the states and the private lands whose rights are already inherent, existing by God, not the government. U.S. citizenships have no inherent rights, no God-given rights, because their persons are property, and property has no inherent rights. That is actually a maxim of law, that property cannot hold rights in and of itself. The holder of the property holds the rights. The Constitution only protects inherent, that is, God-given rights. U.S. citizenships relinquish all inherent, that is, God-given rights once personhood is established. This is the purpose of birth registration, to cause this false imprinting of legal identity, that is, persona, to set up that bond, right? How babies bond to their mother. We bond to the United States. We bond to the president. Mama Trump. Mama Obama. We imprint the imprinting of legal identity upon every child so that when grown to the age of adulthood, that is consent, and adulthood means adultery, please understand that, legalized adultery, the identity of the child seems self-evident. Seems. Just like in the Matrix, everything seemed like it was real. For the legal identity was always there, and at no point did the child ever consider that a man is not a person, that a person is artificial. Never thought about his identity not being him. Maybe you never went through identity theft like me. You don't know. Government-sponsored education ensures this public-mindedness in all students, never teaching one word of legalism or its origins to we, the unwitting idiot volunteers of the United States. Volunteers, that is, servants of, belonging to, America, the people, right? Through that holding corporation, which we call the United States. You see, the birth certification and registration of any legal issue, that is child in the legal terms, is purely that of a communication of information, an event described by words, symbols, marks, but never regarding anything real. The representation is not what is real. The word, the information, is not the essence. In this legal commercial system, the natural procreation of men has identified as an issue, a legal event, not as anything real. For reality has no such artificial measures as proposed upon the man-made timeline. Right? There are no events in nature. Right? Everything is one, everything is eternal. What happens, happens. There is no recorded event. You see, it's not an artificially created information about the event, which is exactly what a person is. Birth event and death event, and the space in between. There are no dates or years under Jehovah. There's no Sunday, right? Keep the holy day Sabbath. That's not what that means. There is no Sunday. If I were to throw you into the past or into the future, into the middle of the desert, in the middle of the forest, the middle of a lake, and I were to ask you what frickin' day it was, you wouldn't know it's a Sunday or Monday. It's the eternal existence. That's all it is. There is no time. There are no dates or years. There is no Sunday. All these are words, descriptions invented by men, symbols having nothing to do with source, that is Jehovah. In other words, no day is self-evidently a Sunday because Sunday doesn't exist in nature. It's a practical joke on ignorant men that they should keep Sunday or Saturday as a holy or Sabbath day. And you believe that. You've been told that over and over and over. Keep Sunday as the Sabbath day, the holy day. That's the day, right? The one day out of 7. Well, what kind of crap is that? Of course, nothing fictional or man-made is to be kept holy or Sabbath. Why would you keep Sunday Sabbath? Sunday is a creation of man. It's fiction. God would never tell you to keep that Sabbath. The Bible would never tell you that. Problem is, you're not reading the Bible right. You're not looking at what the word means. There are no days, weeks, months, or years. There's only Jehovah. There's only existence. Eternal existence. Eternal law. Logos. Self-existence and its law. To honor the name over the actual supremacy of being, the verb that is Jehovah, and that is each timeless what we call day, is to worship the idol man is created to represent and falsely measure God's creation through the limited perspective of the limitations of man's ability to see. Now, on a deeper level, to worship time and space is to worship nothingness. It's actually quite simple to understand, really. Time, right? We're talking about time and space. Ooh, it sounds so scientific and meaningful. It's not. Time is just the two-dimensional logical thought process of man. It's linear, in other words, while space is similarly a more three-dimensional logical thought process of man. Time and space. Concept of time is linear interpretation. I see things on a two-dimensional level, while space is a more non-linear interpretation. I can go anywhere between those 2 points in time, and I can zoom in and zoom out. I don't have to go linearly. I can go to any space, right? But time and space are the limitations of man's observance, man's perceptive ability. What we call as space, there's no such thing as space. There is what there is. We don't know what it is. Oh, it's dark matter. No, it's not dark matter. That's just a fucking word that you came up with to explain something to make you sound like you know what the fuck you're talking about, and you don't! Because you're a scientist. You're not a studier of nature. You're a ponderer of nature. You do things, everything you do is against understanding, against nature. It's trying to defeat the laws and law of nature. You're not doing anything scientific. You need a different word. You need a different title, like Satanist. Whatever we call as space out there certainly isn't bound by man's interpretation and definition of it. It is self-existent. It needs not our words to exist or be whatever it is. No more than God is actually what man defines it as. God, this generic term that means nothing until you actually define it, right? Because remember, magistrate means God, Lord means God, everything means God. Any man means God if he's got power. See, it's word. And we mistake the word for the real. In other words, time and space are inventions of man. Without time and space, as man defines and perceives it, there would be no timeline, no dates, and therefore no possibility of contract. Right? Because a contract is what? It's time-based. There'd be no debt, because what is a debt but a time-based agreement to pay something back or do something? Without these artificial constructs of time, there is nothing. A contract is measured by the time, the artificial life, in other words, that it exists between parties. That which is between point A and point B is the space between the time. Life and death. Figuratively, that is. Meanwhile, the Bible is clear that Jehovah is timeless, eternal, in other words, spaceless, not to be found as a whole in any one place. What is, in reality, all of space and time, as we call it, need not be in any way referential or essential to what man's mundane idea of time and space may be. In short, the truth is that the mystery of Jehovah will never and should never be known to man. For reasons that, at this point, history reveals, and therefore it should be obvious why we should not know the secrets of the universe, the mystery of God, in other words. Personhood is a contract measured by time, from certified birth to certified death, meaning artificially induced points registered upon a man-made timeline. This should not be confused with the actual life, the existence of a man of God, in other words, a creation of nature, but merely the beginning and end of a contractual obligation, which happens to mirror real life. Personhood is a simulation of life, in other words, institutionalized hypocrisy. The space between these 2 points in recorded time is metaphorically referred to as the life of the contract. It is how we measure the existence of fiction. The point is that ambiguity, that is the lack of an artificial legal form, space, time, name, title, the lack of these recorded events is the death of any legal matter. See, legal things, fictional things require this artificial history that we create. No name, no game. The death of time is the direct cause of ambiguity. Without time, no contract can exist. And no person can be said to be birthed if no event can be registered upon an artificial timeline. What's your birthday? Well, I don't have one. Oh, well, shit. Then how do I say you exist as a person? How do I say a person exists if there's no birthday? Because that really means there can be no death day either. If you're never birthed, how can you die? There is no personhood without time, for there is no contract without time, and personhood is a social contract. More to the point, there is no debt without time, and a contract is a debt involving the performance of some duty, some action that you're required to perform, whether that be in money or in time, some form of labor, for instance, or following a law. Personhood turns men into performance debtors bound to the legal law assigned to legal persons. Why? Because we birthed our children into the system, educated them to be persons, and follow the legal law over God's law, and then celebrated their 18th birthday when it was time for them to confirm and ratify and become an adulterer. Adulthood. It's wonderful, isn't it? At the same time, that which is self-existence, that is Jehovah, God, should not be confounded or confused with those conceptions of man. In other words, if time and space have self-existence, man's opinion or perception of what we call as time and space, the titles, the representations, the identity, have nothing to do with the reality. So when Neil deGrasse Tyson, or whatever the hell his name is, tells you he knows what the hell he's talking about, don't believe him. He doesn't. He knows time and space as man has defined it. And continuously is proven wrong. And that's what they're going to do, these scientists. They're going to prove themselves wrong to the day they die. And that is their life. Because they'll never know. And they're not supposed to know. And on that thought, I think we'll end right here for now. We'll call this part 1, or chapter 1, I guess, of the book. We've still got a long way to go. We'll post another few shows over the next couple weeks. And, then we'll move on to the vaccine documentary and the COVID documentary. And we'll call that Season 2 of Red Pill Sunday School. Thank you for listening, and you guys take care.